Hello, everybody. All right, let me turn off the alerts for now. All right, so hi, Akira. You're just in time for trauma. Are you sure you're ready for this, Akira? We're gonna be in for a doozy. We're gonna be in for a big one, to be quite honest. So, I'm ready. All right. So, I forgot to do this on the previous stream, and I apologize for that. So, without further ado, content warning. Arches is a horror story that can be emotionally intense experience for some readers. Themes of drug addiction, mental illness, and abuse are explored, along with depictions of imagery of violence. Please consider your mental well-being before listening. Viewer discretion is advised. And this is the final warning before we begin. Alright? So, without further ado, let's load in. Cameron stays curled up on the floor for what feels like a long time. He had ultimately decided that he'd rather watch the harmless, pulsating arches dance behind his eyelids, rather than the nightmare the trailer is becoming. Every minute or so, the reality of the situation hits the coyote, and a burst of whimpering gasps escape his muzzle for a few minutes before fading back to only whimpering. He would stay down there until his trip was over, but Brian ended up pulling him back to where he was sitting. At this point, the coyote doesn't fight the bear, going limp while his body is pulled along. For a minute, Brian tries again to sit in the chair, but eventually just gives up, dropping Cameron next to the table where he lies on the floor. The coyote listens to the old bear moving around the trailer, though it's barely audible over his own gasping sobs. Eventually, those lumbering, shuffling footsteps come closer, and Cameron knows that the old bear is crouching next to him, though the coyote still doesn't open his eyes.
Listen, kid, since you ain't gonna calm down, you're taking some Zans, got it?
Cameron listens, but doesn't move, afraid to do anything. Then he flinches as a rough, callous paw grabs up his chin, forcing his mouth open slightly. Finally, Cameron opens his eyes a bit and almost gasps at the vivid red lighting, which keeps him distracted until something falls into his mouth. A pill. And Cameron recognizes its distinct bar shape and bitter taste. Brian holds out a cup, a plastic one that Cameron looks at with undisguised fear.
It's just water.
The old bear gestures at the counter where a gallon jug sits. When Cameron still doesn't move, Brian sighs. Then he gets up, grabs the cup straight out of the sink, pours it half full before drinking. Cameron's mouth is dry as a desert surrounding them, likely due to the combination of drugs and fear, and he really does want to swallow the pill to get rid of the taste. So, he takes the cup and drinks, swallowing the Xanax, and despite his fear, he drinks until the cup is empty. He vaguely remembers his high school friends telling him to drink water to make his trip less intense. Cameron has the feeling that it probably won't change anything. Brian takes a cup from the coyote's limp paw and it takes Cameron a second to realize that the bear is holding out another pill that looks like a small red square.
Now, put this under your tongue.
Cameron stares, trying to figure out if it's just the trip making it look like that color or Brian sighs again, becoming more impatient.
I broke a third of the bar I gave you.
But now Cameron is sure the pill is accurately red, and he draws back. A counterfeit pill. And that probably means it's cut with something else. Something like opioids.
I don't...
Brian slaps him, the strike coming so fast that the coyote isn't even sure what happened. The sudden numbing sting on the left side of his face, along with the bright flash of light, is very, very familiar. And Cameron feels as though he's traveled 7 years back in time. His delayed reaction is a surprised gasp as he raises his arms over his face. The bear yanks his arm back down and thrusts the pill at his muzzle. This time the coyote opens his mouth willingly, maneuvering the pill to sit under his tongue. His movements feel almost robotic at this point. To Cameron's immense relief, this seems to satisfy the bear, and he gets up from his crouching position, backing away. The coyote sits there for a moment, then slowly drags himself under the table, huddling in the corner as tears well up in his eyes again. After going through all that and knowing that there's plenty more to go through, Cameron longs for Devon more than he has ever before. He waits until the pill dissolves before asking the question that he dreads hearing the answer to.
Is Devon the bear... Is he still alive?
If the giant, violent bear had encountered Devon and Artie, there's no telling what he might have done to them. His heart drops as the bear seems to hesitate.
Please, just tell me the truth.
Cameron needs to know.
The bear's fine. He's locked up, but fine.
His tone sounds genuine, and even though Cameron will never trust him, he has to hold on to some hope.
And if I do this for you, you'll let him go too? That's the plan. He your boyfriend?
Cameron isn't sure how to best respond to that, so he doesn't. Brian shrugs.
Doesn't matter to me. Just do what I tell you, and you'll both be out of here by tomorrow.
It's quiet for a moment, and Brian moves to the other end of the trailer, opening a fridge and doing whatever it is he does. Cameron doesn't bother keeping track.
Let me know when you start seeing shit. Got something to do with real quick.
Cameron blurts out another question weighing heavy on his mind.
And Arturo, the cat, is he...
Brian doesn't look back and just sighs again. Cameron doesn't ask any follow-up questions, feeling like he got his answer. The thought that Artie might be gone is too messed up for his drugged-up mind, especially because he feels certain that he can't be gone. Cameron can't explain why, but he just feels it. He feels Dev, and he feels Artie. Brian stands next to the door holding a plastic water bottle.
I'm gonna go out for 5 minutes. I'll be right next to the trailer. So if I see you try anything, I'll shoot your boyfriend in front of you. Then I'll kill you. Eventually.
Cameron doesn't move. But soon the trip intensifies and he hugs himself, the movement making his rib ache from the earlier kicks. He just watches the vivid colors and shapes of his hallucinations. Meanwhile, the acrid taste of Xanax lingers on his tongue. He hadn't felt any pain. He doesn't feel any pain right now either. Not physically, at least. It's something deeper. It's about who he used to be, who he is now, and what he's about to become. Something profoundly terrible has happened, and it changed everything. He knows that much, at least. What he really wishes to know right now is who the hell he even is. He tries to think back to what he last remembers. Standing in front of everyone in the second grade, with trembling paws holding his book report. He clears his throat trying to figure out how to put his sentences together in advance. Speak up, Arturo. The whole class needs to hear you. Arturo. That's his name. Arturo Herrera. He opens his eyes. But how did he end up here? Where are his classmates? 2nd grade? Or was it 3rd? No. He's positive that he's at least in high school. He tries again to remember what happened last. He was sitting in the junior parking lot with his girlfriend. She was upset because another girl at school was being mean to her. She's a Jaguar, sitting in the passenger seat of his beat-up sedan, one of her feet up on the dash. And he was leaning towards her to kiss her on the cheek. What's her name? Sarah Mendoza? Or was it Montoya? But now he remembers that they didn't last long at all. Maybe only a semester, probably because he sucks at comforting people. He does always say the wrong things at the wrong time. But he still had several girlfriends after her. Up until... Maria. His voice is so alien, so strange, it startles him a bit. What's even more strange is how hard it is to even say her name. He stutters, and he has to chew around the syllables like he's biting at the letters. As he does, he knows the sour taste in his mouth, and he can smell vomit. Looking at the forest floor in front of his face, and he sees a dried mess of what he's sure is the source of the smell. Bits of something orange and mushy, and chunks of what he recognizes as jerky. Things are starting to come together, but it takes a long time, maybe an hour, as he goes in and out of consciousness. Wasn't he shot in the head? Maria, Pueblo, Devon, psychology, graduation, behavioral tech, road trip, accident, echo. Cameron, TCH cartridge, visions, ghost, panic, bear, gunshot! Gunshot. He's been shot. It's only now that he realizes his current position, curled up on his side, his arms folded up in front of his chest. He tries to move his arms, but like everything else he's trying to do, it's very difficult. His muscles feel unnervingly weak, and every time he moves, it comes with an uncomfortable twitching and trembling. Arturo just stares at his paws, watching the tremors try to quell the panic. Finally, he slowly manages to sit up. Immediately, dizziness overtakes him, and he has to pause for several seconds before he is sure he's not going to fall down. Once he's sitting up, his stomach turns and he dry heaves, and that's when he feels the pain. It's not terrible, but the deep, cold throb at the back of his head feels remarkably wrong. With a shaking paw, he reaches back and finally feels the damage. The fur is crusted and matted, becoming a bit damp as he gets closer to the source. His fingers brush over the slight gap, like there's a small crater in his fur. As he presses down, he realizes the crater goes past his fur and past his skin, and then feels something oddly hard and almost sharp. Arturo gasps, realizing the stiff, jagged thing he's running a finger over is his broken skull. He jerks his paw away, breathing hard. He was shot in the head. In the head. He remembers deciding to run since the shotgun wasn't loaded, but then the bear had taken out another gun, a handgun, and then... How is he still alive? How long will he stay alive? Is there a bullet in his brain right now? He knows he needs something, so he tries to ask for it. I need shelf. Melt. He struggles to not stutter, to say the right words that he knows he's trying to use. This is bad. Devon was hurt too, maybe even killed, and Cameron was already hurt, and he was a monster it was a monster in this forest that hurt him. The cat brings his knees up to his chest, pulling his arms around him like he's a child. He feels like a child, helpless and completely confused as he sits injured in this terrible forest. This must be some kind of awful dream, and he wants to wake up. But even though everything feels unfamiliar, surreal, dreamlike, he knows this is real. Arturo feels the face crumple as he starts to cry, pushing his forehead against his knees. I need something. No, wrong words. Need someone. There's some relief as Arturo feels like he's improving at least a little bit. Maybe this is only temporary. He's been told several times in his psych and neuroscience courses that the brain is plastic. The fact that he's recalling these memories makes sense of these memories. Making sense of them gives him hope. But there are still certain things, very simple things that are missing. Ruin my life. Arturo jerks his head up, looking up, heaving again as another wave of dizziness and nausea sweeps through him. Cameron? Cameron? He looks in the direction of the sound and sees the trailer, partially hidden behind tree trunks and brushes, about 30 feet away. His right ear pops loudly several times as he rubs at it, feeling fluid come out. He knows it's blood. The cat slowly begins to stand up and immediately gets a terrible shock as he realizes the weakness he'd felt in his arm is also in his legs. He struggles and stumbles his way to the tree, trying not to panic again, but finally leaning up against it. Hugo, I can't breathe. Arturo realizes he's not the only one in this nightmare. Did the monster come back for Cam? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Arturo starts moving towards the trailer before it dawns on his shattered, bewildered mind that he's looking at the bear's trailer. The one that shot him. And he must have Cameron in there. Devon, please help me. Devon. Arturo flinches back at the sound, and his fur bristles out along his spine. Eyes wide as Cameron's screaming echoes through the forest. The cat looks around desperately, hoping that Devon does come to help. Even though that evil bear is bigger, Devon's a pretty big bear too, and he would stand at a much better chance than he himself would. Thuds followed by yelps and howls come next, and finally, it's too much for Arturo. Dev, you're Cameron. He can't go on. He can't go in there like this. He knows that, but he can't get help. But he can get help. Maybe. Depending on how bad it is, these problems he's having could get a lot worse over the course of just a few hours. But he has no choice. While he knows he has a car, he also knows that he can't use it, even though he can't remember why. He remembers that there's a highway, the one that they should have gone to the second he got here. He needs to get them all help. So with one more terrified look at the trailer, he starts to make his way out of the forest. At first, Arturo is filled with a sense of hopelessness as he finds out just how hard it is to walk with his right side being almost limp. It feels like half of his muscles have gone, just wasted away. But after some trial and error, he finds that if he widens his stance a bit and swings his arm in a way that looks a bit lopsided, he's able to keep his balance. His pace is reasonable as well, so swallowing down his panic again, he makes his way back onto the dirt road. Even through the disbelief of his situation, and even though he's terrified that Cameron and Devon, he feels something deep down that's even worse. He tries to ignore it, but it gnaws at the back of his brain. He's dying, and you can feel it. Devon struggles with his handcuffs, trying to get the chain into a position that he wants. He pulls his paws up until the chain is taut. then moves slowly in a circle around the bolt until the chain twists on itself. That was the easy part. And based on the tension he felt being pulled on the chain links, he had been feeling pretty confident. But then he spent what feels like the last hour trying to actually put enough force and weight into the motion so that the chain would break. While the twisted chain is taking most of the pressure off his own wrist, it still hurts. Devon can see through his fur that he's already starting to bleed from his wrists, and fur is coming off in small tufts with each failed twist and jerk. Come on! Damn it, please! After another failed heave, Devon slumps with his paw pressed to the floor of the van, gasping and sweating. A wave of dizziness comes over him, and he ends up pressing his face against the metal door. Please, please help me. Devon half-heartedly prays, just in case there is something above all of this. Footsteps. Devon scrambles to twist back around and steps over the anchoring bolt so that his paws are behind him again, sitting up to face the back door of the van. It opens, and Devon finds himself staring at the bear that did this to him. Even though he doesn't want Cameron anywhere near this man, seeing the coyote isn't there with Brian sends panic through the young bear. What do you want? Where's Cameron? Please, shut it! Devon watches with dread as he sees a huge bear holding the water bottle. Please, just tell me what you want. I'll give it to you. Just let me see him. His teeth snap together, and the next thing the bear knows is that his head is resting against the metal cage partition that separates the back of the van from the seats. Dazed, his chin is on his chest, his arms under his back, forcing him to arch his chest and stomach towards the van's roof. Then, Brian is on him, pressing the bottle to his lips. Dazed from the punch, Devon can only mumble in protest. No, no! Devon sees the look on the other bear's eyes, and he knows that eventually he's going to have to drink from the bottle again. Feeling completely defeated, Devon continues to plead with the man. Wait, just wait, please. Just let me, tell me what you want. Is he okay?
Boy, you're really starting to piss me off. If you don't do what the fuck I tell you.
Brian grabs Devon's chest fur in both paws and hauls him up so he's sitting in a more upright position.
I'm gonna take it out on your little cocksucking yotes. You understand me? Now shut up!
But Devon can't shut up. He's half convinced that Cameron's already dead. Please, just let me see him so I know he's okay.
Alright. I was gonna say you already earned him one good hit. Now it's two. Wanna add a third?
Devon just stares. Of course, he knows that Brian doesn't need an excuse, that if he really wants to hurt Cameron, he can. But there's nothing Devon can do. He can only do what the older bear tells him to do, and so he opens his muzzle. Slowly, Brian pours the slightly bitter water into his mouth, and Devon drinks. Even though his body wants to keep drinking, Devon starts to pull back after only a few swallows, as if he had enough, and doesn't even suspect the water is drugged. But Brian pushes the bottle hard enough that Devon's lips are painfully mashed between the plastic and his own teeth, and he's forced to keep drinking. Even when he lets a tiny bit dribble out from the corner of his mouth, Brian growls more threats at him. Eventually, the water is gone, and Devon hangs his head in defeat as Brian pulls backing out of the van. Devon squeezes his eyes shut, wishing the fucking bear would just tell him what's happening, what he's doing to Cameron, and why he's keeping him alive. But the younger bear is too afraid to ask, too afraid of what Brian might do, and without another word, the van door is slammed shut. Cameron stays under the table. The Xanax having kicked in fully by this point, leaving the coyote in a bit of a quiet, stoic haze. His sobbing has trailed off, not much emotion left in him, just feeling numb. His trip is getting more and more intense, and he knows that the peak is nearing, maybe in another half an hour. Still, he begins to notice things that he's sure aren't part of the trip. A presence not too far away, one that he only knows very well. Dev. With no idea what he's doing, he instinctively reaches out towards the warm energy, but when he's interrupted by another presence he doesn't recognize, one that's much closer. Cameron gets his paw on his paws and knees, looking out from under the table. The vision is different. Definitely different than anything he's experienced before. Unlike the dreamlike, reality-altering psilocybin, the vision he's entered has a clarity to it, like he's not even tripping at all. The figure of someone appears before him, and Cameron knows everything immediately. Benjamin Kowalski, a rabbit, born in 1977, ran away from his Pueblo home when he was 16. For several years, he moved from city to city, sometimes in neighboring states, before settling in Payton. He stocked shelves of a grocery store, and the extra money he saved up would fund his weed supply. Brian was his dealer. In September 1998, he agreed to let Brian take him to his trailer for home in Echo. He was promised 2 ounces of weed in exchange for 1 night of lovemaking. As the bear had put it, Benjamin wasn't gay, and even if he was pretty sure Brian wouldn't be his type. 2 ounces was a lot, though, and was too good to pass up. After 4 days of torture, Brian accidentally strangled him for too long, and Benjamin didn't regain consciousness. Of course, Brian planned on killing him anyway, so he did. The bear was only disappointed that he didn't get a few more days with him. Timothy Esposito was a skunk born in 1985 in the Midwest. His hometown was a large industrial city, one that had been in decay for his entire life. So, he transplanted to Mesa, and in May of 2005, that was where he attended a BDSM-themed event in an unused warehouse. He liked breath play. So did Brian, so they fooled around a bit. He didn't much like Brian, but the bear liked him a lot. Brian liked him so much, in fact, that he followed the skunk as he walked home after the event and kidnapped him on an empty street. Timothy was strong and almost escaped multiple times, once managing to leave the trailer before being caught just a few dozen feet from the dirt road. Brian continued their breath play. Except now it wasn't play at all, and after 2 weeks, Brian again suffocated his victim for too long. This time, Brian thought he was fairly successful in keeping his victim alive that long. Daniel Gallegos was a ferret born in 1996. He was from the Sonarian capital, but was staying with family in Mill City to work a summer job. He was saving up money for his university tuition. In August of 2014, days before he was meant to head back to Sonora, he met Brian outside a club before being kidnapped and driven to Echo. Brian was able to keep him for an entire month, and even though a few of Brian's customers had seen him tied to the torture rack, no one said a thing. Eventually, Brian seemed to decide he'd gotten all he could out of the ferret, and he bludgeoned Daniel to death with an old tire iron just because he wanted to try something different. The bear couldn't believe how long it took, how hard he had to hit the kid before he finally stopped moving. Cameron! Cameron is jolted back to reality as he's yanked up by his shirt, so he's not even touching the floor. Brian's paws hold the front of his shirt while shaking him violently. What is it? Cameron kicks around to try to get his feet on solid ground again. Despite being almost overwhelmed by the numbing calm of Xanax, it's not enough to stop the primal fear Cameron has of despair. Especially not after seeing the horrors he committed to those men. What he had just seen was condensed, distilled into an easy-to-follow series of events, but all the while he absorbed all the tiny details too. He knows Brian promised these men many things, that he'd only keep them for 1, 2, 3 more days before letting them go. That, if they just be a little more quiet, he'd let them go. But Cameron knows none of those promises were kept. The visions had been so real that to Cameron, it felt like that he'd been there for everything they went through. Luckily, he hadn't felt anything. But it was as if he was in the room with them. This room. Brian seems to gain some control over himself and lets go of the coyote. Cameron isn't able to stand with his weak, shaking legs and sits down heavily on the ground, looking up at the looming bear.
Kept calling for your name. You wouldn't answer. I told you to let me know if the visions were starting. I couldn't.
Brian waits, looking more impatient the more Cameron stammers, which only makes him stammer more.
I swear to fucking God, why do all you become whimpering little dipshits the second I lose my cool for like a second?
He reaches down and Cameron cringes as he's yanked up to his feet again. It's clear that Brian wants him to keep standing this time, so he does, steadying himself against the table behind him.
Quit your crying!
He does his best to stop, but the sobs keep coming. Brian, the visions, the people he just felt, it's not an easy thing to shrug off.
I said to quit, but I said to quit, not be quieter.
Cameron's mouth dries up even more. His tongue is now sandpaper against the roof of his mouth as fear helps shock him into a statue-like state. Cameron knows he owes a lot to the sedative right now. Without it, he wouldn't be able to stop, and Brian might kill him.
That's better, but faster next time. Got it? Okay.
Cameron opens his mouth to answer, but finds himself yanked forward suddenly, only to come to a horrible, jarring stop as the bear slams his knee into the coyote's torso. Cameron watches as the luminous arches wreathe about, convulsing, almost like they're mirroring the coyote's inner turmoil. The knee is so big compared to himself that it seems to cover most of his chest and stomach.
You can thank your boyfriend for that one, and he earned you one more.
Brian finally pulls back and Cameron crumples to the ground, unable to process what Brian was saying. Not that he'd been able to understand it anyway. The coyote lets out a guttural groans over and over again.
Huh? What's that you're saying?
Brian taunts him from above, and Cameron responds with a whooping gasp, pressing his face into the floor in agony.
I ask you a fucking question!
Cameron is lifted into the air again, feeling his feet kick around for purchase on the ground as he once again dangles from his shirt, the fabric stretching to the point that Cameron can hear the threads popping in his collar. Cameron cracks open an eye and sees Brian drawing back a huge paw, and Cameron managed to choke out a few words with the tiny amount of air he's gathered into his collapsed lung.
Nothing.
Cameron wheezes loudly between the words, knowing that this is exactly what Brian likes. But how can he stop himself? He's not even sure if stopping himself will help. Maybe that will only trigger Brian into hurting him more. But to Cameron's relief, the bear pauses and slowly drops his fist. Cameron sees the wild look in Brian's eyes gradually leave as he stares at the gasping coyote in his grasp.
Good. Guess I'll save the other for later then.
The bear lets go, and Cameron slumps back to his knees, curling up again in the fetal position.
Now, what was it you saw?
He didn't feel any pain, but now he does.
Speak up, Arturo. The whole class needs to hear you.
He's in front of 20 curious, attentive eyes where his paws shake, almost making his papers rattle. Arturo is not okay. He had less than a year to learn a new language, and now they expect him to give him an entire book report. He'd give anything to be in his room, gaming on his brand new PlayStation 2. But first, he has to figure out how to survive these next few minutes. He's playing his PlayStation 4 in his dorm room when Maria walks in.
Hey, beautiful. You able to get some sleep?
He doesn't look up from his game.
Oh, You sure know. Oh, you sure know my overflow toe.
That makes him look up. Huh? She looks confused, frustrated.
Born and sworn and to morning forlorn.
He puts down the controller and stands up. Baby, what? Arturo installs a lock on the medicine cabinet. He helps her eat healthy. He helps make sure she goes to bed at the right time. Whenever she feels a mood swing approaching, high or low, they prepare together. Maria once cried and told him that she wasn't worth it, that he should find someone that isn't an unpredictable mess. He told her she was definitely worth it, and that they just need to be prepared. Arturo opens his eyes and then cringes at the ache in his head. Not an ache, but an explosion ripping through his skull, his brains, and down his spine. It hurts so much that he lets out a sound that's a half moan and half scream. This time, it seems to take even longer for him to understand where and when he is. He had been moving as fast as he could without actually running or jogging, since he isn't even capable of doing that. He guessed he had probably made it 2 miles away from Echo, so 5 more to go. He had just been thinking about how he was walking almost exactly like his grandfather did after his stroke, and Arturo had thought, now we'll actually have something to bond over. Before it happened. A dizzy spell unlike the others made him stumble, like he was looking over the edge of a cliff. The anxiety, like he'd never known before, overcame him, making his heart beat so fast Arturo was convinced it was going to explode. He got on his knees, started praying for help, and then... Now he's here, on the ground, his nose and forehead stinging from where it slammed into the asphalt, and the rest of his body just aches. He had a seizure. And even though he's never had one before, he knows that's what happened. At least, he was on his knees, so his face didn't have to fall far. Still, he's left feeling so exhausted, so defeated that he just wants to lay there. He'd been in a half-dream state, completely confused as he stared around him, memories flicking through his mind like a viewmaster. An hour passed, maybe 2, before he finally understood what his situation was again. He almost wants to go back to that confused state, pretend it was a dream. Now he's crying, because how's he going to take care of Maria if he can barely walk, barely talk? She's good at taking care of herself, but he needs to be there just in case. He needs to live, and he needs to get better. And while he's glad to be out of Echo, he knows Cameron is still there, and if Devon is gone, too, he knows the bear would only want him to save Cameron. I'll be back. Get up, Arturo. All your friends need you. Eventually, he slowly sits up, his paws shaking so badly he's worried he's having another seizure. But eventually, he steadies himself. He needs to keep moving. So with a deep, shuddering breath, Arturo starts to carefully get up, and that's when he sees it. It stares, and Arturo just stares back. In that moment, he's sure that he actually did die, and that he assumed was a seizure was just really the end. And now this thing, this embodiment of death, is here to take him. Instead of moving towards him, though, or really acknowledging him in any way, it doesn't move at all. Arturo notices something out of the corner of his eye, and though it's distant, he sees lights. Headlights. Multiple headlights moving in the direction of the landscape. The highway. Arturo looks back, but it's gone. With nothing else to do, he starts to get up. He's sure that he didn't see those lights before he collapsed, but a lot of his memory is missing. Several patches between when he was shot and now are unaccounted for. And what he saw was probably just a product of his failing brain. So wordlessly, he walks in his wide stance with his arms swinging awkwardly, knowing that nothing will be the same again. After telling Brian everything he can remember, the bear seems satisfied.
Did you try to talk to them? No, I didn't have to.
Brian waves the coyote's excuse.
Just do it next time. I won't interrupt you.
Cameron wants to tell the bear that he's not even sure he can talk to them. Because after all this time, he's starting to think that he shouldn't even be able to. He can see what's happened in the past. Maybe even see what might happen in the future. But that's it. He only sees a record. But if they acknowledged him, communicate with him, then that's something that he doesn't want anything to do with. Devon had said that he doesn't believe in demons, but that's what Cameron thinks they are. All of these unexplainable forces that haunt and torment the living, it's all demons. Brian disappears again, and because he doesn't grab the coyote, Cameron assumes he isn't meant to follow him. A minute or two later, Cameron hears a loud snorting sound and he flinches. Then it happens again, and Cameron looks over to see Brian leaning over the counter, head low. Combined with the sound and posture, the coyote knows that the bear is definitely snorting something. He'd been in a similar position many times in the past. Either way, he's not about to ask the bear what he's snorting. He can only hope that it's something that knocks Brian out, or at least slows him down. After sniffing and dabbing at his nostrils, the bear returns to Cameron's side.
Well, let's go outside to the spot that I think you'll get better reception or whatever.
Before Cameron can fully comprehend what Brian just said, he finds himself being forced over the huge bear's shoulder before being lifted in a fireman's carry. Cameron closes his eyes, clutching into his fur of Brian's back as the bear lumbers heavily around, listening to the sound of a screen door swing open then shut. He can sense that they're outside. The air is warm from the lingering heat of the day. Then he finds his feet coming into contact with the ground. Cameron looks at his surroundings while Brian ambles around 5 feet away, kicking at the dirt and foliage. It's twilight now, at least as far as Cameron can tell. The eerie, ominous red hasn't gone away, even though they're well past sunset. The first time he tried shrooms, colors did change, but in the sense that they became more vibrant, saturated. The forest looks just like it did when he had the vision about the static entity. He was with Dev then. And how is this even happening? Who's having these thoughts?
Devon? What?
Cameron jolts back to the present, even though it's not the present because time has stopped existing, and this is just a moment in a never-ending series of moments. Is time always happening at once? Brian's still looking at him with a piercing gray gaze, and his fur is once again writhing about on his body as if it came back to life.
Sorry, I'm having a hard time concentrating.
He lost himself for a moment and just blurted the first name that came to his mind to center himself and confirm that he still exists. The trip is reaching the same levels he experienced in high school that had sent him running through an unfamiliar public park. his friends having to chase and pin him down.
I'll fucking bet. I didn't even measure what I gave you because I thought you'd only take one to swallow. It was a fuck ton, though. Uh-oh.
There's nothing he can add to that. It's scary, but it's the way Brian is acting that's really scaring him. Whatever he took is very obviously kicking in, and it's definitely not calming him down.
Something wrong?
Brian's tone is taunting and cruel, and to Cameron's horror, Brian comes closer, right next to the coyote.
No. I'm just feeling off because of the shrooms. Oh shit! You're on like 3 milligrams of Xannies too. I totally forgot. Fuck! You better not fall asleep or get delirious on me. Understand? Because if you do, I'll probably kill you.
Cameron stays still. He's reached a stage where he feels solidly stuck in a deep dream, one that he'll be in for several more hours. Who's dreaming?
Hey, what's the matter? Am I making you feel uncomfortable? Is there something wrong with me?
Cameron shakes his head with tiny jerks, barely moving it.
I ask you a fucking question! I'm noticing you're on something, that's all. Well, no shit, kid. You think I'm blowing my nose in there? Or something? Well, I was thinking maybe we were going to see things together, and you take a downer, but it looks like you're on an upper. Why would I want to see the shit when I got you? I don't like the ones out here. That's what I took it. Want to guess what I'm on?
Cameron doesn't, but now he knows that cowering isn't going to help him. He plays along.
Maybe cocaine? Adderall? You fucking kidding me, kid? Adderall? Do I look like a college brat trying to pull on the all-nighter? Shit's like a cup of coffee to me.
Cameron doesn't say anything, but Brian keeps quiet, like he's waiting for the next guess.
Meth? Too expansive, but close enough. It's methadone.
Medications are just hard to pronounce for comfy.
Okay, sorry. I never really did stems.
Not after what happened to his mother.
Bath salts. Oh.
No.
And it feels fucking amazing.
What follows is the sight of a 500-pound bear awkwardly dancing and swinging his massive arms around violently, growling and laughing. It's terrifying. As the crazed bear is shadowboxing about 20 feet away, Cameron begins to realize he might be able to run. With his muscles weak from the sedative, his mindset absolutely fucked from the hallucinogen, he might not be able to outrun Brian. He's starting to forget that he even exists. Still, he might be able to hide. The desert's full of cracks and crevices that he might be able to squeeze into, wade out. Brian is there, heaving for breath.
Fuck! I gotta relax. It's been a while, so I'm getting a huge rush. Gotta remember, phew, I ain't as young as I used to be. My heart's probably gonna give any day now. Please let your heart give out. Please just die and let this nightmare, this decades-long nightmare you've created end. Way too much. Anyway, it made me forget what we're even doing. Remind me again, what, little buddy?
Brian smiles at the young coyote, and Cameron takes this as his cue to smile back. If Cameron is remembered correctly, stimulants make people more empathetic, and he hopes he can tap into that.
I'm gonna help you calm down some spirits.
Cameron wants to say, and then you'll let me go, but Brian doesn't keep promises, and bringing it up might only trigger him to do more terrible things. That, and now they're outside. Cameron is sure he could feel Devon's presence alive but hurt, and the coyote is desperately trying to figure out what to do next. But Brian seems to know exactly what's on Cameron's mind.
What about your bear? Maybe I was just getting some wrong vibes, but I thought he was your boyfriend. Of course, that's why I'm doing this. Oh, fuck! I forgot to tell you, he overheated in the van. Got distracted and you went and left him in there too long.
A few seconds pass, during which Cameron's mind is telling the 10 different ways to react. Cameron knows for a fact that Devon's alive, but should he act terrified to satisfy the bear? Brian interrupts with a giggle.
No, he's fine. Just want to make sure the feeling between the two of you are mutual. Your face said it all. Brian laughs again and even lets out a high pitch whoop that echoes around the quiet forest. Not knowing what else to do, Cameron does his best to go along with Brian's game and forces a laugh. Oh God, holy shit. You really got me there. I thought my heart was about to give out. Damn, you're cute. Cute little Yoda I ever seen. Oh, thanks, but, drugs. That makes everything seem better. I think I'm more on the ugly side of both things, if I'm being honest. I mean, I haven't showered in a while either. Cameron pretends to self-consciously smooth over his head fur. Nah, you're cute before I amped up. Also, I've had guys shit themselves, either because they were scared or they thought it would stop me doing what I did. It didn't, but because it's this shit, all makes me horny as fuck. So not only do you look cute, it is cute. Thinking that it might help ya. Of course, Cameron saw the torture Brian inflicted, and the bear had to be drugged up on whatever he was doing it. Cameron can especially remember Daniel's experience and his thoughts. 10, 15, sometimes even 20 hours of non-stop physical and mental torture, and it would go on and on and on, and wouldn't stop until the bear's exhausted body would pass out. Then he would sleep for an entire day, sometimes longer, before the process would begin again. But lucky for you, we got more important things to do. Come on, come stand next to me. Okay, I'm gonna help you. Cameron tries to make it sound like he's on the bear's side. Who's thinking these thoughts? But as Cameron moves to stand beside Brian, it finally seems to sink in that Brian is going to kill them. Not because it's obvious, but because he's starting to pick up on the bear's thoughts. He's reading his mind. He thinks he murdered Artie, but he didn't. For whatever reason, either because he's outside or because he's spacing out even more, he's certain of that. He's never been close friends with the cat, but Cameron had gotten to know him, and the feeling, that amalgamation of a person that is Artie, is still out there. Cameron mentally reaches out to the cat, but it's so far, so distant, and something is wrong with Artie. His amalgamation is missing some parts. Devon is still full and nearby, and it shines like a beacon in the darkness of the barren desert. So while Brian is telling him to contact people he murdered and buried under the ground, Cameron instead reaches out for Devon. Is this Coyote really psychic, or are we just coping? A few minutes after Brian left, Devon became frantic. Even though he knows it won't help, it will only make things worse. The instinctual part of his brain overwhelms everything. With low, bearish grunts, he yanks and pulls and lunges with all of his weight. Girl, that man is a rapist, a predator, and a drug addict. I still don't like the fact that, Paint Fox drew him like this. He was more, scary and patchy in Echo. Like, the bear was missing patches of hair from all the drug use. He had more scarring. Teeth was more ragged looking, like a proper drug addict that he was. But for some reason they made him look like this. I guess it's just his art style, but like, it's, I don't know. With low, bearish grunts and growls, he yanks and pulls and lunges with all his weight, just trying to get something other than his own wrists to break. He'd already contemplated dislocating or even breaking his thumbs to push his paws out of the cuffs, like he'd seen characters do on some movies. But just by looking at the metal, he can tell they're too well fitted for that to do any good. He could gnaw his thumbs off, and he'd still be stuck. So he just yanks until blood is seeping through the bear's paw fur, and even with the added lubrication, they don't budge. Please, 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 is the only words he says with each grunt of exertion. Finally, as the drug water begins to take effect, Dev slumps on his side, crying. He sobs harder than he has ever had in all his adult life. Cameron, I'm so sorry. Cameron, please. He killed them, all because he needed to find out. Turns out,
He will find out because they're going to die. How could he do this to Cameron? How could he be so stupid, naive, inconsiderate, selfish? A flash of rage and desperation. Devon viciously gnaws at the right forearm, snarling. Again, he knows it's senseless, pointless, detrimental, but self-loathing is all-consuming. And mostly, he just wants to punish himself. After several seconds, he stops, and after blinking away the blur of tears, he sees that while some of his fur is missing, he barely broke skin. Devon lets out a hopeless, despairing laugh, even while tears stream down his face. The mental enclosure makes the laugh sound loud and hollow, and that's when Dev stops to realize how unhinged he sounds, how he shouldn't be acting like this. He doesn't have the right to break down. His friend is dead, and his best friend. Devon knows he needs to do everything he can to get out. The next time Brian is within reach, he's going to do everything he can to make sure he dies. He'll rip his throat out. But while that fire is rekindled in his chest, he can't fight whatever drug the bear gave him. Devon suspects that it's making him a bit delirious too. Either way, it's powerful, and Devon knows he probably won't be able to do much for another hour or two, so he lays there, trying to keep his ears open so he can be ready for the old bear when he comes back. If Cameron dies, it doesn't matter if I escape. I won't be able to live with that. Maddie! Mateo! Huh? No one's used his second name since... Why couldn't you just watch her? Devon! Devon stays curled up because he knows he imagined that, or his brain is playing tricks on him, or... Devon! It's me! I'm here! Cam? Devon stares at the swirling patterns and lines. Are you okay? No. None of us are okay. You're not okay. I don't even know if you're alive. Devon tries to move towards Cameron, but he stays at a constant 10 feet away, no matter how hard the bear tries to get to him. Devon, I'm real. I am real. Cameron carefully enunciates each of those words. I'm doing this through, my mind, I think. I'm fucking psychic, remember? Well, now I know this is bullshit. This is my bullshit. This is what got us into this nightmare in the first place. Devon. Yeah, you know what? You know what? Fuck you. Fuck you. You're exactly what I was hoping you'd be. You don't exist. My sick, fucked up mind is making up this version of you that I have no right to create and... Devon trembles with emotion. He's never had a dream where he's felt this real before, this alive, and of course, it's happening when he's feeling at his absolute worst. I just wish you were real so I can actually tell you how sorry I am, but I can't take any of this back, and even if we somehow make it out, and you look fine, but I know you're not fine because you're with that goddamn bear. It's quiet for a moment, the only sound being Devon sobbing. Devon, I know there isn't much I can do to convince you that I'm real. All I can say is that I am real and that I love you dearly. I love you too. And yeah, Brian is hurting me, just like he's hurting all of us. What's he doing to you? What happened to me not being real? Well, just in case. Are you okay? The look on Cameron's face makes Devon's stomach drop. Well, not really, no. But he's keeping me alive, so that's what's important. But you see those patterns? Yeah? Well, Brian drugged me with shrooms, and I'm tripping absolute balls right now. Hallucinogens enhance my abilities, and I think I created this space. I really can't make this stuff up. Well, maybe you're right. But he drugged me too, you know. This could still all be me. You don't give psychedelics to someone you're trying to sedate. Anyway, it turns out I'm not different from my mom. It's all arches. I see them when I take certain drugs. Devon looks up at the patterns, and for the first time he feels like this might actually be Cameron.
Cameron? It's me. Yes. Cameron! Oh my god, please let this be real, baby. I'm so sorry. No. We don't have time right now. Also, I kind of read your mind already, so I already know. Sorry about that, by the way. It's just happening automatically. But I can sense Brian's thoughts too, and now I know where you are, where the van is, that you're in a set of handcuffs, and I know where the keys are. I'll get you out somehow. Cameron, please, honey, please, don't do anything that might get you hurt. Please.
Devon sees Cameron's lips tremble.
Devon, you know I can't promise that in this situation. Neither of us can, but we're doing this together. Cameron! Shit. Brian, is he there with you? I'm gonna be fine, but I gotta go. I love you. Cameron! No, damn it, please!
He crumbles into the darkness, feeling helpless. He should be there with Cameron, not here, sleeping and doing nothing. We're doing this together. With a great deal of effort, Devon smothers the frustration and terror, knowing that he should have some faith in his boyfriend. If Cameron thinks he can do this, then Devon realizes he has to believe in him. But that doubt that it hadn't been real at all starts to creep in again, even though Cameron had convinced him at the time. So he continues to rest, waiting to see if his coyote comes to free him, and hopefully, then he can finally get his claws on Brian.
You've been staring there for a good 10 minutes. So what'd you see? Well, I'm having trouble because he won't talk to me. Oh, and why is that? I think it's because you're here, and they're scared of you. Maybe if you...
Cameron screams, clawing and clutching at the huge fist on his ear, Brian twisting it viciously before lifting up so that Cameron's feet actually lift off the ground. He didn't know it was possible to feel that much pain from his ears, even though he knows they're sensitive.
Ah! Stop! You sneaky little faggot.
He violently shakes Cameron, and the coyote twists his body, grabbing the bear's forearms and trying to get his legs lifted up and wrapped around the bear's bicep to lessen the pressure, but Brian won't allow it.
You know, you said everything out loud just now. What? You know exactly what.
Cameron is slammed up against the trunk of the tree, the impact resonating with his body. Instantly, Brian's huge, rugged muzzle is next to his own much smaller, narrow snout, the bear snorting heavily. Cameron fights as best he can, but his feet are off the ground again and he kicks and twists, but the grip is more powerful than anything he felt before. He can actually feel his eyes bulge and his tongue stick out involuntarily, and once again he finds himself drowning. In that moment, my apologies. I keep forgetting the button's right there. I had to cover it. Sorry about that, Kira. It is very well drawn though. In that moment, it isn't the crushing pressure on his neck or the horrid rancid breath that's coming from the old bear that Cameron notices most. It's that Brian doesn't even seem angry. He doesn't seem enraged that the coyote had been contacting Devon. He doesn't seem upset that Cameron broke his word to help the old bear with his demons. Instead, Brian looks excited, ecstatic, all the while staring right into Cameron's face, watching the coyote's mouth open and close noiselessly. Vaguely, Cameron can sense a battle taking inside. Oh, this is not one of the pics? Okay. Vaguely, Cameron can sense the battle taking place inside Brian. He desperately wants to have his way with Cameron, but he also wants Cameron to exorcise the ghosts. But Cameron can also sense that Brian is realizing his plans were doomed from the start. How would he ever hide the fact that he killed a loving couple in this infamous, abandoned town? He knows people will look for them, unlike his previous victims. The bear is deciding that they're all going to die. Oh yeah, this is terrifying, honestly. The red, you can actually see the eyes bulging out. The fact that we can't see Brian's eyes at all, just his mouth and form. It's horrifying. This is the end, and he'll end it with one final victim.
Doesn't fucking matter!
Brian hisses in Cameron's face. Something moves out of the corner of Cameron's eye, and he looks to see a somewhat familiar face. It's black, void-like features with swirling red eyes stare at him. It's watching him too, like it's just as fascinated as Brian. Cameron senses very little intention or emotion from this creature, but he finally realizes that its purpose in this forest is simple. Record the terrible things that happen in it. Cameron is about to become one of its next recordings. The coyote's vision blurs and one paw drops to slip into Brian's pocket, disguising it as him trying to push the bear away. He feels and finds the single key that he knew would be there.
God damn it, you know you're fucking cute one, right?
Brian's voice trembles with cruel, passionate emotion and nuzzles the coyote. He squeezes harder, and Cameron's eyes roll up, all the while putting the keys in his own pocket, but he's not sure it matters. Brian already heard his plan. More importantly, though, is that Brian isn't letting up. As he fades into darkness, Cameron feels a part of himself die. Trip peaks, and suddenly Cameron is everything at once. I don't like that he's staring at us right now. He's a trailer home in the northwest. He's a desert lake. He's a broken road. He's a trailer home in the southwest. He's a train cutting through the wilderness. He's being shot in the head. He's being hung from a tree. He's being beaten to death. He's swimming under an arch. He's stumbling into a pond. He's in a space shuttle, smashing into the ocean. He's a dead town, dead, but with working reflexes. Using the tool that it still holds tightly in his grasp, Cameron disappears, and these thoughts and feelings are no longer his, because he isn't who he is. He's everything. And because of that, he can see everything. Pain sounds rhythmically in their head like a heavy drum beat, making their ears pin back slightly before they begin to whine. Then they croak as their sore throat protests against making the sound. They stare at the scene before them. They blink. But it doesn't help them make sense of what's in front of them. In fact, it seems to make it worse. Who's making sense of what that's in front of who? These intrusive thoughts are not existing. These intrusive thoughts are about existing. Who's having these thoughts?
See? You're coming around.
Fear rises up into his throat, something deep in his brain telling him to flee that voice, to escape from it. But he's still too confused to figure out who or what he even is right now, because he still feels like nothing. But he's also still conscious enough to know that he is, in fact, something. He remembers that he's someone named Cameron. He remembers his situation, and he remembers that he's been drugged with shrooms and Xanax. His trip has reached a dizzying peak. His senses of self so utterly decimated that he isn't sure how he's ever going to feel the same again. The terror and the torture of the past 2 days has accumulated to this. The moment that his mind gives in and breaks, and Cameron can't tell what's real and what isn't anymore. But there's something else too. Despite the terrible loss of who he was, Cameron, this amalgamation he calls Cameron, is sensing things even more vividly than he had just a few minutes ago when he'd contacted Dev. Cameron sees what's ahead of him, but he sees something so much worse. So much more. In his mind's eye, he looks forward, and he sees a myriad of people in front of him. Though they're all the same people, Devon, Brian, and himself locked in a vicious spinning blur of claws and teeth and blood and horrific, unidentifiable viscera. It's confusing, seeing so many versions of himself and his boyfriend, and he turns his head to glance away, not wanting to see that violence. Then, noticing something over his shoulder, he looks back, and this time he sees one version of himself, along with Brian. He sees his unconscious body being pinned against a tree for a while longer before he crumples to the ground.
What the hell?
His voice is low, husky and barely audible. Brian laughs, staring at the coyote out of his visions of violence.
I choked you the fuck out, that's what!
Cameron blinks at the bear, then back at the forest.
I thought I died. Not yet, kid. We got a few things to do first, and you probably want to see your boyfriend too, eh? Not sure you'll get to talk to him since he's knocked out.
Knocked out?
Yep. Wait, with what? Relax, it's just Rohypnol. Sure, I gave him a good amount, but there's a few decades old because they made him illegal in the state back in the 90s. And you know, when pills get old, they don't work so good anymore.
Brian goes on and on about Rohypnol and how it used to be the premier date rape drug in the country. Cameron watches the bear's mouth move in waves and ripples. Yellow teeth poking out from behind his lips as saliva collects and becomes frothy at the corners. Who's watching this? Cameron reassures himself automatically. I'm watching this, and I need to save Devon. He's not so convinced by the first part, though. We're watching this. Me, Cameron. Simple concepts that aren't so simple anymore. Just like in high school, he stopped existing. It's different this time, though. The Xanax is certainly quashing the panic he could be feeling right now, but this time, his perspective is from a completely different angle. Cameron's amalgamation does still exist, but the borders have dissolved and he seems to be seeping into everything. Despite knowing he's insignificant, he's still awestruck by how small Cameron is compared to the world. Even the bugs crawling beneath the leaves make Cameron feel small, an entire world he knows nothing about. But entangling his identity with the universe means he's also entangled with Brian. The bear is missing parts of himself, kind of like Artie, shattered pieces and jagged holes pockmarking the landscape of his life. Cameron almost feels sorry for him that maybe if things had been just a little different, the odds just a little more in Brian's favor, he could have been a very different person. What's really disturbing, though, is the genuine affection he has for Cameron. His urge to caress and hold the coyote, but there's a hatred there too, a disgust for what Cameron is. Young, attractive, fat. Not just queer like Brian considers himself to be, but a fat. The kind of queer that acts real cute before fucking over the real men who should be doing all the fucking. So it feels good to punish Cameron, but it's even better to watch him suffer.
To watch the way his body writhe, his mouth open for air, his eyes wide and fearful.
Cameron feels himself recoil from understanding Brian's thoughts process, a way of thinking he'd never considered himself. But that thought process isn't what makes Brian the terrible person that he is. Cameron knows that most don't have a say in how their sexual interests and fetishes develop, so the thoughts themselves aren't exactly evil, at least not to Cameron. Cameron knew a few guys from college who had interests similar to Brian. During his first year of dating Devon, the bear had timidly asked him if he could gently close his teeth around the coyote's neck and growl. It was thrilling and intense, and Cameron loved the rush, but then Devon had a nightmare about tearing out Cameron's throat, and that was the end of that. So to Cameron, Brian isn't all that strange. What makes Brian different isn't that he has fetishes. He's not crazy. He's not a psychopath. No. The true root of Brian's evil is clear. He's selfish, and he's never satisfied with what he gets. Selfish enough to put dozens of young people through hellish torture until they finally died. All the while having the capacity to fully control himself. All the while having full access to alternatives like roleplay. But it's not enough. He always needs more. All for his own fleeting, drug-fueled sexual gratification, because at one point, Brian decided that's what makes him feel good. So fuck this world that makes him feel bad. But he's found some release in strangling Cameron, and now his focus is turning back to a vague idea on how to use Cameron's abilities. Something to stop him from spending the rest of his eternity with his victims torturing him. Cameron could spoil the ending for Brian. Let him know that when everyone dies, they just cease to be what they were. That's it. Ghosts, demons, poltergeists, creations of the living, and whatever it is that's in Echo. Cameron draws back at this point, getting overwhelmed by all the thoughts coming from the older bear, unable to understand them without more context. Looking forward, he glimpses the various scenarios again, and the one consistent is death. Most involve him dying, and a good amount involve Devon dying as well. Cameron imagines that this is indicative of what's most likely to happen. Oh my god. Hi, Rez. That guy looks familiar. Oh, it's Brian, but for some reason, Paint Fox made him look slightly handsome. It's... Oh my god. Also, yeah. I also still don't like the fact that Cameron, in his high state, in his peak right now, is just staring at us. I have never had a visual novel character stare at me like this, and I don't like this. Girl, you did not just say that. Say what? Girl, I'm not saying that he's attractive. They drew him like that, yes. They drew him like that, but we know better. I kind of wish they'd made him more drug-addled. Yeah, no, it makes sense. He sees us. Cameron sees the player. He sees our point of view, and he sees our thoughts. He's looking at all our save points right now, guys. But a few, just two, in fact, show Cameron and Devon surviving, with Brian either living or dying. Yeah, no, I kind of like it too. I kind of wish more psychological horror visual novels did that. Break the fourth wall like this. Cameron doesn't care much about the latter, just as long as he can get Devon and himself out of Echo alive. They can deal with Brian afterwards. Cameron doesn't even care much if he doesn't make it, especially in his state of mind, but he won't accept not being able to save Devon. Suddenly, remembering what he had done earlier, Cameron tries to subtly brush his pocket and is amazed that the key is still there. Does Brian know? Well, he does know that what Cameron had planned, but in his own excitement, and especially because he's tweaked out, he's hyper-focusing on other things. He'd also miss the key being taken out of the pocket. Okay, before I start going into like my hyper-fixation on trying to figure out what's going to happen, I'm going to force myself right now to take a 15-minute break so I can A, breathe, because it feels like I've been holding my breath the entire time while reading this, and B, get some water, because like I'm running low on coffee. So, oh my god. We saved, we're going to the main menu. We're going to take a 15-minute break because God knows I need it right now. So yeah, everyone, stand up, stretch, and get some water. And breathe. We'll be right back in 15, alright? This is a switching colors. Yeah. Be right back. Let's get back into it. Oh my god. Alright, I have gotten my water. You're back. Everything's still red. Oh my god. Oh. Oof. Shoulder's a little tense because of this. Oh my god. Alright, come on, comfy. We got an hour. 30 minutes left of arches to do. He'd also missed the key being taken out. That, and Brian's memory is terrible. Decades of drugs and neurotoxic doses had dismantled who he was to be. He doesn't even seem to remember why he choked Cameron in the first place. I had to make the connection down in Sonara. Stuff was over there, fucking counter there. Stuff was over the fucking counter there. So it was easy to get, but getting it over the fucking border was a whole different issue. Okay, now I'm starting to realize something. The fact that Cameron now sees us as the reader is slowly starting to make sense why this entire visual novel is read as a third point of view person. Because he sees us, and this is not his thoughts. This is our thoughts. Some of these are our thoughts, I'm assuming, at this point. God. Brian suddenly stops talking, eyes narrowing. Cameron's pulse quickens as he wonders if Brian had just remembered his plan. What's wrong? His voice is still rough from the strangling, a deep soreness starting to emanate from the core of his neck. Don't know. I just liked it better when you were smiling, but if I'm fucking boring you, just say so. It takes Cameron a few seconds to understand what Brian is even talking about, and a few more to scan the bear's thoughts. In Brian's mind, his smiling has a lot to do with how interesting the bear's over-explanation of Ripenol is, so Cameron quickly puts one on his face. Oh, sorry. It is really interesting. I'm just so overwhelmed with the drugs and... Shut up. Cameron shuts up. Brian starts to work his jaw. He's chewing something before he clenches his fist. Cameron tenses up, preparing himself to be hit again. You're cute, but not that cute. And I'm not that stupid. I hate, like you, sucking up and sucking dick so you can just get what you really want. Brian's mind flicks through a few faces, but only one defined enough for Cameron to comprehend is a fox in a red hat. Us? Cameron? Same thing at this point, huh? Yeah. God. I'm definitely gonna have to do a cool down after this. I don't want to have nightmares like this again. God. Then Brian seems to relax, but the anger is still there. The bear having honed it to become more cool and collected, which only makes it all the more terrifying. For those who don't know, I did play Echo. When I played Echo for the first time, I did Leo's and then I did Flynn's, and I had nightmares from that. Horrifying. Sure, stimulants increase empathy in the normal brain, but if Brian abused them to the point that to the point that drugs feel like caffeine, then it probably only increases his irritability and rage. That's what his mother was like at the end. And it always confused Cameron as to why someone would want to do a drug that makes them feel worse. I got a better idea. Cameron gasps as Brian grabs him by the ear. No, stop. I can walk with you. I won't try again. Cameron senses the bear's amusement at his fear of being pulled up by his ear again, and the coyote quickly stifles his begging, realizing it might shift Brian's interest back to using Cameron for torture rather than his abilities. The pain had been blinding, but it's nothing, absolutely nothing compared to what the bear has done to others. I'm scared too, Mora. I really am. I don't know what's going on in this story. Cameron manages to settle into a stumbling walk as Brian pulls him along, bent over and trying to see the ground in the darkness, all the while he tries to carefully follow the bear's rough, unpredictable movements. Every minute or so, Cameron looks forward and sees the scenario he's aiming for, still within reach, so he keeps walking. Meanwhile, a van emerges from the trees parked a ways off from the side of the road. Brian freezes, staring. Then he lets out a surprised laugh. Well, I'll be damned. Fucker got away. Who? Coyote winces as Brian continues to hold him by his ear. Cameron hopes that he's talking about Devon, even though he can't sense the presence of the younger bear just ahead of him. The Coyote would be glad to be proven wrong about his abilities, especially if it means Devon gets away. Girl, y'all need to calm your tits on this man. Y'all need to calm your tits on this man. This man is horrid. I got through Echo. I got through all of Echo just fine, but then Archers gave me nightmares. Yeah, I really need to like calm my shit down. Also, hi Liam on the YouTube end. Stop it, y'all. Calm down. Calm down. My Twitch is apparently two of my viewers on Twitch is down bad for Brian right now. I'm gonna close this. God, y'all afraid and horny? Just shut the fuck. God damn it. God damn it, y'all. Mora, Barry, calm down. Calm down. Got a Bailey. I know he does, but stop it. The Coyote would be glad to be proven wrong about his abilities, especially if that meant Devon gets away. But Cameron knows. I can't. I swear I shot him twice, too. Then again, he didn't do that weird jerking thing that people do when you kill him, when you give him the kill shot. So I must have missed the second time. Though thought maybe I just kill him with the first. Cameron looks where Brian is staring and sees the spot where Arturo must have been. Dark stains cover the leaves along with what looks like vomit, and Cameron feels his own stomach churn at the sight. It's difficult to connect his outgoing, oblivious friend to this mess, and Cameron feels guilt mingled with his misery as he realizes that what's happening to Artie is their fault. But he knows Artie is far away, miles away, and Cameron silently encourages the cat to keep going, to do whatever he can to save them and himself, even though he's clearly in terrible shape. Cameron hopes Artie can hear them, even if he's awake right now. Cameron senses another ominous shift in the bear's motivation. Brian doesn't think Artie will make it to the interstate. And he knows he should go looking for the cat. Everything's so fucked from the start. 3 young men who likely have close families and friend groups. All 3 of them injured and beaten. And all 3 knowing full well what Brian is capable of. There's no point to it anymore. Brian has almost reverted to thinking he'd get away with all of this somehow, but no. This is the end. Well, I guess that's it then. Figured it was getting close for a while now. The calm with which Brian accepts his nearing demise makes Cameron want to try to escape all over again. Why can't the bear just end it without taking them down with him? It's the end for him, not them. Can I see Devon? You have the key, Cameron. He's gonna keep looking for it. Cameron half-heartedly smiles, hoping it might sway the bear, but he's not paying attention to the coyote. Brian shakes his head at the sober version of himself, the version that actually did plan to let Cameron go. But why would he add to his own problems by killing the yote, if said yote could take them all away? That's why he tried to be nice to him. And then, of course, things got out of hand. Cameron begins to shake as he senses Brian's arousal and excitement. Akira, am I getting close to the thing I have to censor on screen? He's thinking about Cameron. About his baggie full of bath salts. And about how long it might take to find them in. Cameron blanches mentally, unsure of what that dark place full of death is. How should I know? Girl, you're the one who's warning me about using it! But he knows he does not want to go there. Where are you taking me? You're psychic. Figure it out. Keeping his hold on the coyote, Brian pulls Cameron towards the van. Yeah, this is the guy from the first game. It isn't long before Artie realizes that the lights along the interstate are actually a lot farther away than he had thought. He has no idea how long he's been walking, but it feels like at least an hour, and the road is maybe just a little closer. At this point, he's so weak. His movements are so uncoordinated that deep down he knows his body is about to give up. Every dizzy spell, wave of anxiety, It terrifies the cat that he might have another seizure, and if he does, he knows he won't be getting back up.
Artie, please. Cam?
Artie looks around hopefully. He probably started crying right now if Cameron just showed up, if only because he wouldn't be alone anymore. But then Artie sees a pair of headlights closer than the others, and it gets closer and closer, and Artie notes that the lights are coming right towards him, and he doesn't bother getting off the road, feeling like this must be the light at the end of the tunnel situation. And then the lights slow, and Artie hears the sound of an engine.
What the fuck you doing standing out there like a fucking idiot on the road?
Artie's ears twitch, recognizing the voice from somewhere in his past, in what might be as well be another life. It's hard to tell because they're screaming at him. A car door opens and Artie just stands there, lost in the light.
I told you guys to fuck off! First the fucking bar is closed because of some fucking cold, and now you're still here to fuck with me? I just want a cunt and drink to cunt and relax.
Arturo furrows his brow, never having heard that particular word used in such way. A figure starts to materialize in front of Arturo, and finally he recognizes him.
What happened to you?
The weasel stares at him, then tilts his head to the side, squinting before reaching out and turning Arturo slightly by the shoulder.
Shit! No way! You're gonna be that fucking...
Weasel trails off, then looks at Artie's face.
Who did this to you?
Artie reluctantly opens his mouth, for some reason almost feeling embarrassed about his condition.
The
weasel stares at him with an odd look.
Bar? Yeah, that was at the bar. It's closed. Bear. Brian?
Arturo nods and regrets it immediately as he almost falls over.
Damn, you're really fucked up, aren't you?
Arturo stares back at the weasel and notices his expression like he's trying to decide something. It's not the right reaction to the situation, and Artie suddenly feels like he might be in danger, but he has no idea why. All he remembers is that the old man had floored Devon with 2 swings, so combined with his current state, he can't do anything.
Damn.
Then the weasel seems to come out of whatever it is he was thinking about.
Well, I'll be damned. This is it, then, isn't it? That stupid motherfucker. All right, get in. We're going to the hospital.
Arturo stumbles forward, and once the weasel realizes he's having trouble moving at all, he helps Arturo inside. As he does, the weasel sucks in a breath, grimacing.
Jesus Christ. This is really making me not want to do what I'm going to have to do after this. But you know, everything's got to end eventually.
Arturo isn't sure what the old weasel is talking about, but if he's taken to the hospital, then at least he's on the right track.
Free and friends. Yeah, I'll call Peyton PD in once I drop you off. Gotta make sure I can beat him back, though.
Arturo decides that it's the weasel who's acting strange. But as the strange weasel starts to make a 3-point turn to drive back towards the interstate, Arturo is only grateful. He's done what he can, and now the rest is up to God. He can only pray. So he prays for Devon, Cameron, Maria, and himself. Because if he survives, he knows that the road in front of him is long, fractured, and broken. Devon feels his body bouncing and shaking on a hard, metallic surface, occasionally leaning from side to side, feeling like he's laying down in the car, taking sharp turns. The bear opens his eyes, groaning.
Death? Cam?
Is Cameron driving? The coyote has his own sedan that he drives, but usually if they're out together, it's Devon's Jeep. At first, he thinks maybe he's given the wheel to the coyote so that he himself can get some rest. But they came in the Jeep, and Cameron can't drive standard, right?
Come on, stop assuming things.
Lately, Cameron seems to bristle whenever he does. Lately, as in ever since they got to Echo.
Devon, I'm here. How are you doing?
Cameron's concerned, gentle voice is clearly masking something strained and desperate underneath.
Cameron, what's wrong? I told you, he's all drugged up. But he can barely talk. Cam? Exactly. I told you I roofied him. It's like blacking out. Anyway, it's wearing off. It's just tired. Is that blood? Why is he bleeding? Did to himself. Imagine what a mess we'd have if he wasn't drugged, right? Never trust a bear to stay put when you chain him up. Devon, can you hear me? Are you okay? Yeah, yes.
Then he's drifting back to sleep again. More sounds of driving on a road, gravel grinding under wheels, and hitting the... Are we heading to the mountain? Are we heading to the mines right now? When he comes to again, it's stopped, and Devon realizes the van doors are open.
Looks like it did wear off just in time. Can I go to him, please?
Devon sees that one of Cameron's ears is twisted in the older bear's grasp. The coyote's head tilted to the side, wincing as he tries to get a better look at Devon. The younger bear becomes very still, seeing his best friend being held by the worst person he'd ever met. One of his soft, sensitive ears that Devon had played with countless times in the past is now twisted tightly onto itself. In Brian's other paw, he holds a shotgun. On top of it all, Brian looks angrier than usual. In fact, he's looking at Cameron with an expression of utter contempt, all the while Cameron isn't paying attention to him, looking intently at Devon and said,
Of course. Fucking typical. I'm glad I saved this.
He suddenly grabs the coyote by the shoulders and turns Cameron around to face away from Devon. Even so, there's no confusion as to what happens to Cameron next. Brian turns slightly away from Cameron, then spins and sends the back of his fist across the coyote's muzzle. The sound is so loud, Devon is shocked awake, adrenaline compensating for the sedative. At first, Devon refuses to believe that what he just saw, that a sound like that could have been made with Cameron's muzzle. The coyote's head snaps to the right before he instantly starts to crumple. But Brian holds him up.
Hey!
Devon yells, automatically shocked by what he just saw. He'd never seen someone hit that hard in his entire life. In the silence that follows, the distinct sound of something small clatters around the van, as if a plastic bead has been thrown against the metal wall. Devon hears it land next to him, and looking down, he sees something long spinning in place before finally coming to a stop. It's thin, white, and it starts wide but tapers to a sharp point. Devon only has a moment to focus before he grunts as Cameron lands on top of him, Brian having pushed him over. As he's looking down at the coyote, he sees blood beginning to seep from his mouth. Devon realizes the white thing is one of Cameron's teeth, and shocked, anger overcomes the fear.
Hey!
All the senses have seemingly left Devon. Everything he's feeling and thinking condensing down to one word that he screams to express his rage.
Cam!
In panic is making him breathe fast, though he tries to keep his chest from heaving to avoid bouncing Cameron's head. Brian had him so hard that it definitely could have killed him. What makes it all the more terrifying is the way Cameron's body went limp. It had been so reminiscent of Artie's sudden collapse when he had suddenly lost his life. But Cameron is breathing, though it's in a terrible snorting way.
Cammy, baby, can you hear me?
The panic in his voice lowers to almost a pitiful whine as he stares at the coyote twitching, his eyes half open and his head turning back and forth slowly.
Whoops! Took out a bit more on him than I meant to. Fuck, that hurt.
Brian shakes his paw he used to hit Cameron, as if bashing Cameron's muzzle made it sting. Devon's rage crescendos once more.
Brian! I will fucking kill you!
Brian looks surprised for just a second. Then he goes on grinning, enjoying the reaction as if he's watching a show. This only makes Devon angrier.
I'll knock every teeth out of your fucking head! I'll tear your throat out! Ow! Ow!
Devon's voice weakens, breaks, then trails off under Brian's apparent glee at the younger bear's fury. Realizing that Cameron's ears are twitching at his shouting, Devon returns his attention to Cameron as the coyote lets out a low, rasping groan.
Cameron, honey, can you hear me right? You can hear me, right? Cameron?
Meanwhile, blood oozes out of the coyote's nose and mouth, seeping into the fur on Devon's stomach and side. Devon tries to keep his sobbing and gasping to a minimum as Cameron's head continues to rest over his diaphragm. Cameron's eyes flutter, then he blinks, and Devon sees the light of a consciousness re-enter his eyes.
Cam!
Devon? Cameron grunts under his breath, lifting his head slightly. Brian already looks bored at the catastrophe he just created, and now he keeps looking over his shoulder into the darkness that stretches behind him, shifting impatiently.
All right, make it quick, yo. We need to get moving. Don't you touch him! You could have broken his fucking neck!
Devon's voice cracks and turns hoarse again. Brian bristles, finally reacting, but Devon turns his attention back to Cameron, continuing to try to gently coax him into a state of consciousness.
Come on, baby. Can you hear me? Can you understand what I'm saying?
Slowly, Cameron lifts his head, a mixture of blood and saliva connecting his lip to Devon's fur in a long strand.
I'm okay. I'm fine.
Cameron sounds confused as he mumbles, trying to get up unsteadily.
No, stay still.
No, get up. Then I'll tell you what I'll do to you. Do to your bear if you didn't.
Then do it. Come over here and do it, you fucking coward. You fucking scum.
Devon. Cameron's voice is calm, a bit quiet and weak, and the bear goes silent as he focuses back on the coyote. He has his head lifted, trying to focus on Devon's face.
Who's feeling this right now?
The question catches the bear by surprise.
What? The mines. That's right. I'm going to take you to the mines and I'm coming back for you.
Cameron clasps a paw to his muzzle, wincing hard as he shuts his eyes tight.
What? What mines? Stay here!
Devon's eyes well up with tears, seeing that the coyote is barely coherent, barely able to understand what's happening. And then Cameron leans in to kiss the bear, again taking Devon by surprise. He immediately smells and tastes Cameron's blood, making the gorge rise in his throat. It reminds him of his predatory nightmares, but Cameron insists, so Devon forces himself not to heave. He doesn't want to feel the gap where Cameron's lower left canine used to be, the unevenness of his already swelling muzzle. As he forces himself to kiss back, he feels something else press against his lips, something hard and oddly shaped. And Devon opens his muzzle, allowing the blood to flood his own mouth. But with it comes something else, and Devon realizes all at once that it's the key. Devon maneuvers the key into his muzzle as subtly as he can, hearing Brian sigh impatiently behind Cameron. It slides under his tongue, tiny in his comparatively large muzzle. Cameron whispers into Dev's ear.
We're gonna go back home together. I promise. But where are you going? Why the mines? Honey, please.
Devon can't keep the whining panic out of his voice, sounding like a cub, but managing to keep the words clear with the tiny key under his tongue. Devon just stares at Cameron as he pulls back, rolling down his cheeks as his coyote crawls weakly to his feet and steadies himself against the wall of the van. You're fine. You're okay. He turns his gaze back to the furious, sobbing bear. Sit tight, kid. We'll be back in a little while. I promise. Fuck. Fuck the mines, not the mines again. Oh. Flynn, whatever plug face you are and where, I know you found fucking, what's it called, Artie and helped him. Come in the mines and kill Brian, please. Just kill him. Set it on fire. Something. God. Fuck. Oh shit, I didn't read it. Being knocked out, regaining consciousness, stumbling his way through the dark. All while an untold amount of shrooms is harrowing. That's the only word Cameron feels is appropriate for this situation. Harrowing. The world is more dreamlike than his dreams. The combination of disorienting factors leaves Cameron fumbling through a series of events immediately after he'd reached the old bear. I missed out on when you played Echo, so I have no idea what's going on. Kind of excited by the horrors, though. I mean, if you want to watch it, the VODs are all up on my YouTube page. People could watch. I think if I type in... Nope, that's not it. Well, I tried that code. Hold up. There are things that I'm taking pause on because I need a breather every now and then. Because damn, if this ain't fucking wild. Hold up. There's the YouTube link. Oh my god. The combination of disorienting factors leave Cameron fumbling through a series of events immediately after he reached the old bear. Oh my god. This is wild. Ryan grabbed his paw and then suddenly they were moving swiftly through the desert before Cameron is pulled into a place that's cold and dark, lit up dimly by an old electric lantern, its handle hanging from the barrel of Brian's shotgun. If Cameron thought his perception of time was fucked on weed, now it's twisted over on itself. He's exhausted, having not eaten a proper meal in well over a day. His throat is so dry, he thinks he might be willing to drink Brian's drugged water. Each time Brian goes around a bend first, or his bulk obscures it, the lantern light disappears and leaves Cameron in darkness. Each time that happens, brilliant red arches crowd his vision. Who's in darkness? I'm in the darkness. Everything is in darkness.
No, just me. Stop fighting it. It'll only make it worse.
Cameron is surprised by the bear's sudden appearance.
Where am I?
Brian sighs heavily.
Doesn't matter. But...
Cameron crumples up as something jabs him hard in the sternum, twisting it on himself, feeling a black hole open in his chest. It sucks the rest of his body and attention into it as the canine curls up on the hard dirt floor, whining and grunting. Finally, air returns to his lungs, and as it does, he hears a snorting sound again. After a while, Cameron looks up from his position on the ground to see Brian on his knees, appearing to smell the stock of his shotgun. Cameron notices the white powder, and he understands what's happening. Cameron hears a familiar voice, one that he's sure he's hearing and not imagining.
Don't snort it. You're trying to coat your nasal cavity, not your fucking lungs. That's how my friends did it. Then your friends are fucking idiots.
Brian looks up from his disappearing line of bath salts.
Who are you talking to?
Cameron quietly tries to hush Dylan, but Brian already heard him. On top of that, Brian doesn't seem angry or upset, but his continued stare demands an answer.
His name is Dylan. He's my ex. Sorry, we don't get along well. You getting some third man syndrome? Whenever I get real fucked up on too many drugs for too long, a person always shows up. I end up having a conversation with him and everything.
Ryan readjusts the way he's holding his lantern and gun and grabs Cameron's arm with the other.
I hear it happens to people in survival situations too. Anyway, I'm always too delirious to remember who the third man is. Yeah.
Cameron can't understand how Dylan isn't real, but this nightmare bear apparently is. Is he being tricked?
Alright, here's the deal. I'll stop hitting you as long as you're smiling. Got it? Huh?
Ryan clenches his fist meaningfully. Cameron winces, then quickly stretches his mouth into a large smile, even though it hurts to the point that tears well up in his eyes.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you were talking about for a second. I remember now.
Sure you do. Pathetic fuck. Ryan continues to inspect Cameron as the coyote remains quiet, keeping a smile plastered on his face. This experience is too much. All of it is too much. He just wants it to stop, and he'll do whatever this bear, this source of his torment, wants if it prevents him from being hurt again.
I guess I did bust your chops pretty good, huh?
Cameron flinches as the bear grabs his badly aching muzzle in one giant paw.
Wait, please don't!
Cameron cringes hard, but tries his best to hold still.
Yep, broke your tooth too, swollen up a bit, but you're cuter with your face all messed up like that. Too bad it's gonna look real ugly by tomorrow morning. Not that it'll matter.
It's just hard to look at, with your stupid scar. Brian lets go and grabs his shoulder instead, at the same time glancing at Cameron's shirt.
You from Bridgetown? Timber City? Or did you just pick that up at Goodwill? I always say, when you're shopping at Goodwill, never pick up clothes that have anything to do with a place. Look, just a few years back, I took a Western shirt from a Salvation Army and...
Cameron follows along silently. Meanwhile, that third presence has shifted into something else, something a bit more familiar. Brian's getting chatty again from the second dose he took.
Anyway, I hear the city's overrun with Antifa and all that. Oh my god, Brian's even worse! Oh my god! Anyway, I hear the city's overrun with Antifa and all that. A true liberal hellscape if there was anyone.
Jesus Christ. His mother, following behind them, is holding his paw. Looking back, he can't see her clearly, but he knows it's her.
It's okay. A lot of the time it's outside groups coming into the city making trouble.
He even sounds like her. Defending the city they both grew up in despite its problems. Despite its streets becoming a stage for country's culture wars to physically play out. Even while they suffered on the outskirts of what was supposed to be a liberal bastion lit up by the lights of tolerance and welfare, but instead glowing orange from burning cars and flashbangs. And yet, they defended it, because they both believed in its core principles. Now though, Cameron looks behind himself while also looking back. He's taller than she is, and he's reminded of just how small she was. How small she seemed to him now if she'd survived. He would have saved her too. If she could have held on just a little longer. But how much longer? I'm trying my best, Sam, honestly. It's getting there. 4, 5 years? Could she have held on that long? No. Not with her habit and the amount she was using. Even though Cameron doesn't want to admit. And though Cameron doesn't want to admit it, it was her death that spurred him to make the first serious change in his life. His mom wasn't a good mom. All the things considered, she shouldn't have ever had a child. But how could he judge? She was still a teenager, excited and in love, living out of a 70s Chevy van. But all of that came to an end when he was born in December 1995. Is Cameron the same age as me? This is getting too real now. Oh my god. Then his abusive, probably schizophrenic father left and committed unalive sometime in the mid-2000s. But for a few months in 1995, his parents truly wanted to make a good life for him. And that feeling from that moment in time overwhelms Cameron. They wanted him to be happy, successful, and they thought he'd be the one to break the curse of poverty on both their families. And even though they wanted that for him, especially wanted him to be happy, to have a family life and a childhood that both his parents were only able to see other kids enjoy from afar. They tried. But it's the most typical love story for people like them. Because then, like in all those other stories, things break. And then things settle. Oh my god. I just need to... I'll take a quick break in a few seconds. I just need to turn off all the redeems. Because that made me angry more than surprised. He's done the exact same before Devon. She should have taken more precautions. She left him alone in that trailer often. Her medications and recreational drugs freely available for him to experiment with while she was at work. He became an addict just like her, and he had come to understand that a baggage that comes with the label, that it's not just about a craving or a desire for something. Everyone has that. No, it's about who you are as a person. A liar, a thief, a cheater. Someone willing to do anything to get whatever it is their addiction demands. Anything to feel good. Whether it's pathetically checking all the coin dispensers in a casino once you spent your life savings, or pathetically combing through the carpet for whatever drug it is that you're starting to come down from. The only thing that saved him from that life and death was his grades. Somehow, through all the substance abuse and neglect, he was a straight A student. And that's what got him a partial scholarship to the University of Pueblo. And that's what got him out of the trailer park surrounding Bridgetown and into the state's flagship university. A few schools in his own state had better offers, but Pueblo was the most prestigious of the schools he got accepted into. A top 100 school with the best ranked nursing and engineering programs in the region. That, and at the time, Cameron wanted to be as far away from Bridgeton, even if that meant the desert. And then he met Devon. She wasn't a good mom. She was a great person and a wonderful person, and she did the best she could with what she had at the time. She brought him into a chaotic, unstable life, a life that she saved multiple times, and while he occasionally wished his mother would have just let him die. Now, Cameron is only thankful. While most of his life was tough, the past 5 years have been better than he would have been dared to dream. While most of his life was tough, the past 5 years have been better than he would have even dared to dream was possible. His life was perfect up until yesterday, when they got here. Tears run down his face, conflicted about how he should feel, but just knowing that he misses her, that he loves her, and that he hopes she's okay, wherever she is. The third person squeezes his paw reassuringly. Cameron squeezes back, and he's comforted by the feeling that for a moment, this moment, he's sealed off from Brian and the town, and it's just him and his mom walking through these mines. She tells him she's proud of him for graduating high school and college, and she's happy he found Devon. Would she really be proud of him if she knew what he studied? If she was still around? I would have majored in business administration or something.
What did you major in?
Smile. A gentle voice from behind him, very audible, and carried on the soft breeze that grows weaker the deeper they got into these tunnels.
Music theory. And what the hell are you supposed to do with that? Teach?
The automatic answer, the one he had prepared for all his skeptical friends who were going into STEM-related fields.
You a teacher? No, but that was my plan.
Some plan?
I mean, I didn't go into debt, so I had financial freedom after I graduated. You know, you're pretty confident for someone that's on that many shrooms. Most people will lose their minds. Oh, I am. I definitely am. I don't know. I have more control than I did the first time I tried it.
In fact, Cameron feels like he's losing his mind right now, laughing even though it makes every part of his body ache.
Xanax is like magic when you're panicking. Anyway, what is it that you do for a living? Did it all pay off?
Judging by the tone of Brian's voice, he already knows the answer to that.
Customer support for, Hewlin. Sad, working for the country that we nuked twice. But in the 80s, we used to beat people up for working for companies like that.
Cameron is at a loss for words, but only for a moment.
Oh, okay.
Hewlin, the current market leader in smartphone manufacturing, is Teo Venice, and the Coyotes assumes that the bear is thinking of a certain other country in the same region. Either way, it's a strange and disturbing aside, but that's just Brian. And sometimes with Brian, it's best for Cameron to just keep his mouth shut and to also keep smiling.
So, what music? Why music? You sing?
Cameron wishes the bear would stop asking him questions, making small talk like any of this is a routine part of their lives. But the coyote assumes bath salts will make anyone talkative.
Kind of. What do you mean, kind of? Either you sing or you don't. Well, yeah, I mean, I sing, but I'm not very good. I mean, you fucking better be if you spent 4 years learning. How about you sing and I'll decide?
It's getting harder to keep up this cheerful charade as Cameron senses this cruel, malicious arousal rising up inside of Brian again. The second dose is making him do more than just talk too much.
Sure. Just gotta think of what to sing. Anything you want to hear? I know a lot of 90s grunge and alternative rock.
You're a walking, talking stereotype, aren't you? You write your own music?
I definitely tried.
A subtle twitch of annoyance ripples through the air.
You know, one thing that really pisses me off is when someone's acting like they're like an overly humble little bitch. Either you do or you don't. Either you're good at it or you're not. Either you're off for something different or you fucking don't. So which the fuck is it? I can. Just give me a second.
The corners of Cameron's muzzle turn down slightly, his composure is almost crumbling. He's doing his best he can under the current circumstances, but he needs help. Devon, where are you? Ryan's attitude shifts from one extreme to the next, making Cameron feel a sort of emotional whiplash, but as long as it keeps him from getting hit, or more importantly, killed, then he's fine with that. Tentatively, Cameron starts to sing, choosing the song that got him the most attention. The one that was played in moderate rotation at Mountain West colleges, along with a few in the Northwest. A song about his ex, Dylan, and about their mutual love and hate for each other, about the abuse they used to hurl at each other, physical and mental, and finally about their breakup. His voice is rough and cracked, and while some of it is because he isn't warmed up, it's mostly due to having his throat crushed. Dehydration and screaming doesn't help either. But aside from jolting each time Brian pulls him in a different direction, Cameron finds the melody and rhythm. As he does, he becomes a bit more bold, singing louder until his voice carries through the tunnels. It feels very strange with this swelling muzzle and missing tooth. Brian still says nothing, and Cameron realizes he's listening intently. While this makes the coyote nervous, he knows it's better than the bear being angry, or mainly, he just needs to keep singing. Devon is in the mines with him, and he needs directions. Cameron just wishes it doesn't feel like he was leading Devon to his own demise. All right, we're gonna save here, and we're gonna take our final 15-minute break, and when we return, we will finish off the hour. So that being said, everyone, stand up, stretch, get some water, get some food. We'll be right back in 15 minutes. All right, BRB. All right. Final hour. We can do this. Okay. Okay. Finding the entrance wasn't hard. While the main entrance had been blocked off by rebar before being filled and sealed with concrete, he'd known about the side entrance from the supernatural forums he researched before coming here. That, and Cameron's blood was sprinkled here and there, and the scent of it spurred Devon on. Of course, it led right to that entrance. He had started unlocking his cuffs the second he thought Brian might be out of earshot. He had fumbled with the tiny slippery key before freeing his wrists, revealing blood-crusted fur matted down to the broken skin. Now Devon moves through the mines in complete darkness. It's almost suffocating, almost panic-inducing, but the scent of Cameron mixing with the foul odor of Brian pushes the younger bear deeper into the tunnels. The air feels tense, as if the mines itself is intent on seeing what happens next. He's not going to fall into another abyss. When Lupita died, it had been an accident, one that happened after a tornado shredded their town, leveling the blocks across the street but leaving their house mostly intact. As a 12-year-old, he just didn't think that it could happen. Then, they had surveyed the actual disaster, but just as the relief started to set in and his guards started to come down, it happened. Oh my god, my dog. He felt powerless in that situation, and he knew that her death had happened because of him. But this time is different. He couldn't fight what took Lupita, but he can fight what's taking Cameron. Damn it! After about 10 minutes, though, Devon starts to become more agitated, unable to hear them any longer. And going by scent alone, Devon can tell that he's lost the trail. Shit! He hisses through his teeth, trying to keep quiet in case Brian is somehow nearby, lying in wait. And then somehow, hears Cameron's singing voice. Devon goes completely still. He recognizes his boyfriend's voice anywhere, of course, but Cameron's style is different, having the qualities of a singer from the 50s while retaining a grunge-like roughness. The Coyote was heavily influenced by the black and white musicals his mother used to watch late at night. He was embarrassed about it after being critiqued in one of his vocal performance classes, and he had been trying to change his technique when Devon first met him. But Devon always liked Cameron's voice, and it was due to Devon's urgings that Cameron leaned into this style. He knows the song too, the one about Cameron's ex, the one that he doesn't like to hear because it's violent and vicious. He never asked Cameron about it because he assumed the Coyote would bring it up on his own time. Now, he needs to make sure he even has that chance. Devon begins moving as fast as he could while staying quiet. He knocks his nose into a few walls and scrapes his elbow and shoulders, but he keeps moving, simply trying to force his way in the direction of the voice. Then, just as he thinks he's a few turns away, it stops. Then Cameron screams, and Devon drops all attempts at stealth. Cam! Brian! He calls out to let Brian know he's there, to at least distract him from the coyote. Then he barrels his way through the darkness, trying to find out what he sure is the last turn. Why Brian has brought Cameron here, he doesn't know. He doesn't even know what he's going to do when he meets him. Well, anything. He'll do anything. Brian is looking a bit more distracted, starting to scan the tunnel wall before his eyes settle on what looks like a large crack from the ceiling to the ground. Cameron turns up his singing a notch, knowing that this is their destination at the end of the road. The old bear glances at him, looking annoyed. This, for whatever reason, is what brings Brian out of his stimulant-induced hyperfocus. Brian finally realizes what's happening. It's only now that the old bear remembers Cameron's plan to take the key. Even Cameron forgot. But now a huge paw flies to his pocket, digging inside and realizing it's too late before he whirls on Cameron.
Oh, you little
Cameron turns and runs, trying to take advantage of Brian letting him go for those couple of seconds. Something pounds into Cameron's lower back just to the right, and it feels like a cannonball being smashed through his body. Cameron is launched forward against the tunnel wall directly in front of him, and he tries to hold on to it, sliding down slightly as he stares straight up into the darkness. It's so dark that Cameron can't tell if the ceiling is a few feet above him, or it's simply endless space full of glowing arches that stretch on forever. His eyes stay wide, his breath leaking out of his muzzle in a slow, high-pitched rasp, not wanting to believe the pain that he feels spreading through his insides are real. Then, he's on the ground, writhing and groaning uncontrollably while the electric pain spiderwebs through his body. The blows Brian had delivered before are nothing compared to this. Cameron thrashes around in the dirt, desperate to find a way out of this hell. He's in hell. Who's in hell? He has to be. What are these red arches? And why are the flames spreading from his guts up to his lungs?
Damn! Probably only pissed blood after that one.
Brian's concerned voice snaps Cameron back into the situation he's in. In the very back of his head, he realizes his trip is beginning its descent. The pain is still present though, and it's not letting up. How can he feel pain if he's nothing? He's finally breathing again, and each exhale is accompanied by a whining wheeze, involuntarily tears rolling down his face. Brian leans over him, and the coyote cringes.
No, stop, please!
Brian pauses, then just grabs Cameron by the arm and yanks him up. Cameron lets out a hoarse, breathless scream as his aching body is forced to move again. It echoes around them before cutting off as a huge arm tightens around Cameron's throat.
Cam! Brian!
Devon's voice is very close, maybe only a tunnel or two away. Brian mumbles quietly next to Cameron's ear.
Shut the fuck up right now or I'll obliterate your other kidney. Got it?
Cameron feels the threat hovering over his left side of his back this time, and he quickly shuts his muzzle, even through groans still force their way up, muffled behind his lips. This seems to at least satisfy Brian, and he drops his chokehold before shoving Cameron forward. At first, Cameron's surprised that the bear didn't just hit him again anyway. But Brian's distracted again. Devon's too close, and a few terrible plans go through the older bear's head that causes Cameron's body, already aching abdomen, to lurch with nausea and fear. Brian considers waiting and ambushing Dev, but he quickly discards the idea as he realizes Cameron might try to warn Dev by making noise right as he reaches him. That's exactly what Cameron would do, even if it means being beaten to death by Brian. Deciding again that nothing matters anymore, he pushes Cameron forward through the narrow opening, the passage becoming more tight until Brian has to turn sideways and struggle through, and then it opens up. Cameron smells death. He instinctively backs up right into Brian.
No, No, please don't do this. I can't.
He can't finish his sentence. Brian's victims felt pain that still seemed unimaginable to the coyote. Knowing Devon is close behind them, Cameron makes one last effort to turn and dodge around Brian, but the bear is far too large and he easily grabs the coyote and throws him further into the hollow. Cameron comes up immediately, trying to suppress his whines and whimpers.
Brian, just wait a second. Think about it. I can help you. Why did you bring me here in the first place?
Brian gives Cameron a dispassionate look, but he does pause, and that gives Cameron some hope and some time.
Let me talk to them. Let me see if I can reason with them. We both know that this is all over. All of this is over.
Cameron senses a slight shift in Brian's intentions as the bear begins to seriously consider Cameron's reasoning.
I know you need my help. I can feel them. They want you, Brian, and they're waiting for you. I know what it can be like walking in circles most of your life, making the same stupid mistakes and knowing what you need to do to get better and just never doing it. Oh yeah? But I finally did, and my life was almost perfect.
Until I met you.
So let's do it. Let's end this nightmare right now.
Brian takes a deep breath and holds it. The entire mind, the entire town seems to hold its breath with him, and Cameron starts to understand how deeply intertwined this bear is with this place. The entity that seems to be pulling the strings. Cameron can feel the monolithic entity shift and turn as if it's to sense its inevitable end. Brian is close to taking the coyote's offer, but it isn't meant to be, and Cameron, of course, knows that. A scuffling from the entrance announces Devon's arrival.
Guess he's finally here, huh? Glad I brought my tent gauge. Always want to make sure you got good firepower when bears are involved, eh?
Cameron watches in horror as the old bear opens up his shotgun before inserting a shell. Cameron's mind is blank as he automatically lunges at the huge bear, grabbing the shotgun barrel as Brian snarls in rage. Everything's falling apart. You're spiraling. Devon shoves his bulk through the narrow passage, squeezing through to the hollow on the other side. Then, when he stumbles into the open space, Devon spots Cameron immediately, the coyote being swung left and right as he fights with Brian over the shotgun. Cameron is covered in blood, tears matting the fur on his cheeks. The situation is already a terrible one, but again, his fear for Cameron turns into anger at Brian as he sees the bear throwing vicious, crushing kicks at Cameron's lower body. Devon realizes this is it, and he has no time to think. Devon charges up behind the older bear and bites deeply on the side of Brian's neck. Apparently, biting someone other than himself is a lot more effective, and he feels his canines sink deep into the flesh beneath the thick fur. The old man is covered in a layer of protective padding, just like himself, but the older bear clearly has a lot more of it. Brian screams high-pitched and full of fury. Then Cameron is finally shaken loose from the shotgun, and Brian grabs the barrel with both paws before ramming the butt of the shotgun back into Devon's stomach. The younger bear retches and crumples over, but he manages to grab the shotgun, holding onto the stock tightly. Brian, clearly aware of how bad the situation could become for him, lets go of the shotgun so he can turn around and throw a knee into Devon's hunched form, an inch above the navel, almost the exact spot he hit earlier. Devon feels as if his guts are flattened to his spine before liquefying, the force actually lifting him off the ground in a half second. Even though he lands on his feet, he immediately sinks to his knees, muzzle wide open as he continues a battle with his own lungs, and all the while still trying to hold on to the shotgun.
You're a dead man walking, boy. Well, on your knees anyway. What a surprise!
Brian fumbles shakily to find the stock of the shotgun, hidden somewhere under Devon's bulk, while simultaneously trying to avoid the end of the barrel, in case Devon is able to find the trigger. The attack has been enough to rattle Brian, even if it was short-lived. Devon curses himself, trying to move, knowing he'll probably can't win, but he needs to do something. Maybe hurt Brian so bad that Cameron can at least get away. Get up! But he can't breathe, so there's not much he can do to defend himself, let alone stand up. So Devon keeps hold of the shotgun even as Brian starts trying to yank it from his weakened grasp, and he's starting to succeed. Cam! Run! Devon rasps, not even sure if Cameron is right now, assuming he still might be on the ground after being kicked so many times. Brian squeals. Looking up from his doubled position, Devon sees Brian in front of him, bent over as well, the grizzled bear grabbing between his legs. As Brian sinks lower, Cameron appears, lowering a foot. The coyote smiles with relief and joy at seeing Devon and seeing that he's got a shotgun. Cameron seems so sure that they've won that he doesn't see Brian's quick recovery. The old bear forcing himself up, murderous vengeance in his eyes as he runs at Cameron with another animalistic scream. Devon can only watch as the huge bear charges at Cameron. No! The much smaller coyote can only yelp in panic before Brian smashes into him and crushes him against the wall. Devon hears a crunching sound just as he gets his first tiny sip of air, just as he hears Cameron's own air wheeze out in a yell-like moan. And then, even more viciously than Devon had attacked Brian, the old bear begins to maul Cameron. Brian bashes him left and right and blows aim at the coyote's face before Cameron collapses. There, Brian begins to rip and tear into the coyote with his claws. Devon begins to move, but it's slow, and he just wishes his lungs would start working. Cameron tries to crawl away from Brian, and Devon sees the horror mirrored in his boyfriend's eyes. Then Brian comes down on him again, and Cameron throws his left elbow at the bear's face, only for Brian to sink his teeth into Cameron's forearm and elbow. Cameron lets out a yelp and curls around Brian's muzzle, scratching and biting at it with his claws and teeth. But then Brian twists and tears, and Cameron lets out a howling sound, his body twisting violently. He's on his back now, and he goes quiet, staring in shock at the wall he's laying perpendicular to. His eyes begin to roll up as Brian thrashes his head, and a crunch comes from Cameron's arm. The coyote can't make any sounds now, the breath seemingly knocked out of him by the pain. Devon had never heard Cameron make those feral pain sounds. Not like this. The shotgun had opened up at some point during the struggle, and Devon drops the awkward weapon to the intent of saving Cameron to figure it out right now. And to see him in so much agony that he can't breathe, can't even vocalize it anymore, it gives Devon the final push he needs. He charges into Brian and the force knocks the old bear off the coyote. Devon has never seriously mauled someone in his entire life, but it's something that comes naturally to him and Brian. And while he had play mauled with people in the past, including Cameron, this is the first time he brings his claws, teeth, and muscles to full use. Straddling the old bear, Devon roars at Brian before lunging down. First, he bites Brian's neck again, but from the front this time, while his paws rip and tear into the bigger bear's side. Brian seems to concentrate for a second before burying his fist up into Devon's stomach, but the younger bear is tensed up this time, and the fist gets no further than his stomach muscles. Brian's power is almost supernatural. Devon lurches and grunts, folding over and the ache forming deep in the pit of his belly, but it only makes him bite harder. Devon can feel that he's truly stunned the bear, at least for now. And as Brian takes his fist back, he resorts to panicked shoves instead of actually trying to fight. When Brian finally does try to claw at Devon's face and eyes, the young bear leans back and smashes his head against Brian's muzzle. The sound it makes indicates a broken snout, and Brian lets out another high-pitched whine before screaming and trying to lunge up to bite Devon's neck. Devon leans back and just avoiding the teeth before smashing his head a second time into Brian's face. Then, as Brian lays dazed, Devon lays into his snout 3 times, full force, trying to pound every bit of agony into Brian that the old bear had given all of them. That would be impossible, though. Still, Devon feels a savage satisfaction as he sees at least 2 of the old bear's yellow teeth roll out of his muzzle. Brian howls and rolls violently, finally dislodging the slightly smaller bear. Devon heaves for breath, watching as Brian comes up several feet away, crouching and also heavy for breath. You! Brian can barely form words, but not just because he's out of breath. His bitter hatred is evident, so mad that only frothy spit flies from his lips as he sputters. But then Brian's eyes flick to the right, and Devon remembers all at once that he had left the gun there, having been focused on helping Cameron. The old bear moves lightning fast again, and he shoots off to the right, and Devon realizes Cameron is there too. Cameron, look out! Cameron is laying in agony after Brian's vicious attack. Knows something is deeply wrong with his body. The crushing against the wall of the chamber had done it. The true pain, though, emanates from his left arm, and Cameron knows that it's mangled, broken, and useless. But he can still use his legs, and Cameron forces himself to get up and start moving for the shotgun, hearing the snarls and growls of the bear behind him. He does his best way to stay quiet, but stifled grunts and small squeaks force their way out of his throat. As soon as he touches the shotgun, though, he hears Devon shout, "Cameron, look!" And again, the nightmare that is Brian is tearing at his body, pinning him to a wall, and Cameron screams in terror as a huge bear starts trying to bite his neck. The panicked coyote is only just able to get his unbroken arm up. It's maybe only 3 seconds before Devon is there, but it feels like an eternity. Cameron, considering how badly it might feel to die from having his throat ripped out, Cameron's right arm is torn up as well, but since Brian isn't shaking his head this time, the bones at least remain intact. Then Devon wrenches the bigger bear off of him. Cameron tries to get up to crawl, but it's useless. His body's too beaten and broken to do anything other than drag himself away. Then he hears Brian's high-pitched squealing again, and this time, it's genuinely terrifying. Cameron looks over to see the older bear is now on his back with his arm in a sort of hold by Devon. Devon is laying on his back, Brian's arm pulled towards his chest, Devon's hips close to the older bear's shoulder as his legs lock together at the ankles. Devon grunts and heaves with all his might, his huge, powerful body arching towards the ceiling. Devon is intent on really hurting the bear this time, wanting to make sure he pays the old man back for Cameron's tooth and arm. So, with the tooth part avenged, Devon focuses on destroying the other bear's arm. Bear bones are especially hard to break. Devon has never had a broken bone in his life. But the younger bear knows a thing or two about applying force. His dad watched MMA all the time, and while he knows little about fighting, he knows why arm bars can be so devastating. But even as he leans back, bending the big bear's arm over his inner thigh, only a few cracks are heard, but nothing serious. Devon needs the arm to have less resistance and more distance from the fulcrum. Unlocking his legs, he takes just a second to slam his foot right into the older bear's jaw. For just a second, Brian goes limp, and Devon relocks his ankles before lifting the limp arm away from his chest and curling up. Then, he heaves back on the arm again, arching hard while he twists his body. Torque! Now you're thinking like an engineer. As the catchphrase of one of Devon's old professor comes to his mind, a crack splits in the air, and Brian's screams somehow reach a new panic pitch. Devon looks over to see Cameron has dragged himself a few feet away, leaving a dark, horrible blood trail smeared behind him. There's a lot of blood, and Devon panics, thinking the coyote is bleeding out from his neck. Devon stumbles over to him, hovering his paws over the coyote's head. Baby, your neck! Let me see it! He didn't get me! Let's go! Cameron is in no shape to run, so he groans as Devon lifts him to his arms, the bear starting to stumble towards the exit. Devon looks down at the coyote in his arms, just now seeing how truly terrible Cameron's injuries are. And then he glances back, shocked to see Brian standing. How the old bear was able to get up without making a noise is beyond Devon. Ah! The butt of the shotgun, powered by the old bear's huge body, slams into his side, spreading a sickening ache in a wave through his body. Cameron hears the dull thud followed by the vibration through Devon's thick body. He feels the bear cringe as he sinks into his knees, huddled over Cameron. The huge bear lifts up the shotgun he managed to keep a hold of. He struggles to hold it up with only his left paw, and his injured right arm dangles before he practically swings it up to prop his right elbow against the wall. A few pops coming from his shoulder as he does. He screams again when that happens. But with his fully functional wrist, he can now take steady aim. And with how narrow the hollow is, there's nowhere to go. Don't you fucking move, you got that? This is over. I'm killing that Yoda in front of you, and then I'll be ripping your fucking arm off, boy. Ryan's expression is an odd mixture of excitement and disgust. Pity, you ain't half as cute as a pup. Devon can only wheeze in response, and Cameron holds on to him tightly as he's cradled in his arms.
God, you fucking ruined it. He was perfectly fine till you showed up. Now he's fucking fucked up to the point he's not even fuckable.
Cameron's ability to see and feel things is fading, just as the effects of the shrooms are fading. Still, there's just a bit left, and Cameron tries his best to use it. Devon's body begins trembling, and Cameron holds on to him more tightly. Devon's voice, still breathless, whispers into Cameron's ear.
Honey, whatever happens, just play dead, okay? No matter what.
But Cameron suddenly turns. Devon watches as Cameron's face become a bouquet of red ribbons, and the bear stumbles as the shot hits him in the arm as well. Cameron's body jerks violently in his arms before going incredibly still. Devon quickly looks down to see Cameron no longer with a face. Everything that used to make up his face is splattered against the walls, and it still pours from. Cameron is gone. In shock, Devon looks at his arms to see the white of bone shards. At first, thinking it's his own, but then he sees a few of Cameron's sharp teeth also embedded into his arm. Devon leans over Cameron's body, an expression of untold anguish on his face as he starts to let out a low, terrible groan that rises in a pitch to a bearish howl. After looking forward, Cameron does the only thing he can think of.
No!
Cameron grabs the barrel and shoves up. The sound is so loud, it instantly deafens Cameron, and though the ringing starts to subside, the hearing in his right ear doesn't come back.
Cameron! Cameron? I'm fine! I'm fine!
Cameron looks to where Brian is. The kickback from the 10 gauge had hit him hard, squarely in the chest. Cameron can almost visualize the shock sent through the old, worn-out heart, already exhausted from the stimulant and the fight. The old bear, still on unsteady feet, stumbles back a bit more before hitting the wall and sliding down it to sit. Ryan sits propped up against it, looking confused. He clutches his chest, rubbing it, and grimacing. The shotgun is on the ground, out of Brian's reach, and the old bear makes no move to get it.
Fuck!
He starts to try to get back up, but falls back down.
Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck!
Ryan clutches at his chest and stomach and groans.
Oh no, that was it? Is this it? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the...
Ryan slumps back, his body convulsing. Then he thrashes about as if trying to escape something. He knocks over and smashes the electric lantern, crushing it under his weight. For several more seconds, they both listen to Brian's groaning, rasping, and snorting before it's silent. It's quiet for a little longer. Cameron and Devon are not daring to move. Brian had seemed invincible for so long. Cameron can't get himself to believe that it might be over. Devon whispers into Cameron's ear.
Cameron, how do you feel?
I'm going to drink water. That was a lot. Oh my God. We're not ending here. We're going to finish this. I think we're close to the end already. Cameron gives Devon a look that's a mix of love and exasperation, even if Devon can't see it right now. They both know he's badly fucked up.
I think something ruptured. It feels all wrong.
Cameron places his right paw on his torso, wincing.
Don't move, okay? I'll get us out. I'll get us out in no time.
Devon starts to tentatively make his way forward. And just as Cameron is realizing how long this might actually take, possibly too long if there's internal bleeding, his vision flickers. Cameron stares at it and looks at Dev, wincing at the bear's bloodied and bruised face. But Devon doesn't react to the light, like Cameron is the only one seeing it. But a shroom trip can't emit light no matter how hard you're tripping.
I think I can see where to go. Just walk straight.
How? Cameron starts to shake his head, then stop as his neck sends a pang of fiery pain down his back.
I don't know, but I can see. Let's just get out of here, please.
Cameron tries hard not to look at Brian's crumpled form against the side wall of the hollow, his wide open eyes glinting from the gentle glow.
Okay, just tell me where, okay?
And sure enough, as they leave, arch after arch appears, and Cameron is confident they'll lead to the exit. These arches had tortured his mother, but this feels like his mother somehow. As they move, they both hear rustling sounds far behind them in the mines, but Brian is definitely dead, or at least had been when they left. So they keep moving, trying to keep quiet. Then, within an hour, real light.
Daylight.
Devon looks down at Cameron and winces just like Cameron did when he saw Devon's face.
God, honey, we're gonna get you help. You're gonna get better, okay? But what about you? Do you feel okay?
Cameron's voice is weaker than it was earlier, and Cameron feels Devon quicken his pace.
I'm fine.
Devon says it sternly, setting his jaw, and Cameron stays quiet.
Cameron, I'm sorry. And that's the the last time you're saying that to me, okay? I don't blame you for anything. I'm just so glad I met you.
He listens to the bear's heartbeat, steady for most of the journey, but getting faster as they're getting closer to the exit.
I think I hear a helicopter. And maybe a megaphone? Shit, did people come for us? The shotgun blew out my hearing, so I'm not really sure.
His trip is mostly over, yet these visions are so vivid. Cameron stares at this new arch, and something about it feels different.
Oh, Mom, I found it. Huh? Her arch. You're seeing arches? You know how something can happen that's so impactful? It splits your life in two? Like you see life as before and after the moment? Can be good or bad.
Devon hesitates. He wants an answer to the question he just asked, but he lets it go for now.
Of course. I think meeting you is a good divide in my life. I think what happened here and what's going to happen after, I think it's the bad divide.
It's always been his mother's death, and it still is a divide. But this time, Cameron realizes he's been deeply affected mentally. And it's not something that he can just recover from. Something's truly wrong with him. That's been the case for a long time, but now, after this, something's been pushed over the edge. So, another divide.
I think we're going to be okay, Cameron. Devon, whatever happens after this, I love you. And I'm so happy I met you. Come on, you don't have to say that first part. We made it, okay? It's just a fork in the road.
Cameron gasped.
Oh, Devon, Artie's alive. He went to get us help. I think. I hope.
What? How?
I don't know. He got shot, but he got away. Brian was pissed. He's hurt, but I think he made it.
That's... Devon's lips tremble and his face twists up slightly as he tries not to cry. But it's out of incredible relief and happiness. Cameron doesn't tell him how bits of Artie are missing, or that he can't sense him anymore, both because of his waning powers and because Artie's too far away. At least, that's what he hopes. Cameron stares up at the arch, looking both beautiful and terrible at the same time. Raincoat Monster stands to the side as they pass, and this time, Cameron does think it's his old hallucination. Cardboard and unmoving, just like he's always been. But something about all this, the way he's seeing things, something has changed. It's not his psychic abilities, because now it's subtle and hardly noticeable again. No, something else happened, and his mind feels wrong. Looking forward is no longer clear, but as Cameron uses the last of his bison in his system to peer into the future, he becomes afraid by what he sees. So he just turns his muzzle slightly to Devon. Cameron, we're gonna make it. Based on what he saw, Cameron isn't sure. Devon will stay. He was able to see that much. But should he? More than anything, they both want to stay together. But if Cameron becomes a burden to Devon, he doesn't know how he can stay. He just hopes that Devon can still love him after this terrible change, and he hopes he can fight it, whatever it is. So, Cameron leans his head against Devon's shoulder, smiling in a mostly happy, but in a bittersweet way. All right. Now let's get the hell out of here. The terrible change comes almost exactly 3 weeks later. Cameron had been feeling strange ever since they got back home, like he wasn't quite himself. After a flurry of hospital visits, police interviews, and even harassment from the media, things had become strangely quiet. He's a broken road. Brian Dubois was a serial killer with a victim count in the double digits, with all the murders taking place over the course of nearly 4 decades. That would get national attention. Of course, especially since Brian appeared to be involved in the high-profile disappearance of a college freshman last year. The body cam footage of their dramatic rescue from the mines even made the rounds on social media for about 2 days. At the same time, a pandemic was picking up steam and media attention focused there instead. Cameron didn't mind. The lack of attention made his recovery much easier. His burst liver and severely damaged kidney had left him needing surgery. The hospital did what they could for his elbow, and his doctors were hopeful that with a lot of physical therapy, he could at least use it for basic necessities. While it did suck to maybe never be able to bend his elbow correctly or without pain, what really devastated Cameron was the weakness and near maddening tingling in his pinky and ring finger. So for now, despite him being eager to get back to it, guitar was an absolute no. For now. But what about forever? On top of that, Cameron had been trying to banish the damn voice from his head. No, the negative thoughts from his head? Right? Just a flashback. One of the shitty leftovers from his mushroom trip. Either way, all he can do was try to ignore it, despite it making itself known at least once a day. If you're planning on finishing it, you might want to plan on doing another breather, by the way. There's still a bit to go? There's still more? Oh, I'm about to ball out in tears. I thought this was the ending. But no, I assumed wrong, because like this is Echo. There's never a good ending for everyone. We're gonna pause here then. We're going to take our final 15 minute. We'll see you guys in a bit, all right? BRB. Oh boy. Fuck. Alright. We're back. Just make the third save while we're here. Alright. Let's get to this. Cameron! Cameron, something's wrong. But things continue to feel strange. It didn't seem to be related to his ESP, because he could easily tell when that was happening. Ever since the shroom trip, a haze of psychic ability lingered around him, allowing him to capture thoughts and feelings seemingly at random. Downloading is what some people like him like to call it. He didn't have much control though. Sometimes he wasn't able to tell if the download he was receiving was from the living or the dead. Cameron even began to try and hone his abilities and experiment with just how much he could do. What he quickly figured out was that without some sort of illicit substance, his clairvoyance lacked a great deal of fuel that had powered his abilities in Echo. That would make it easier, and so would being in an active location like Echo, of course. Echo is one of those locations though, obviously, but there are also so many others. It's a desert lake. Every now and then, Cameron would find himself pausing, like at the back door of Devon's house, as a chill wind would run down his spine. That feeling always meant an echo was attached to something somewhere nearby. That's what Cameron called the beings. Not exactly intelligent or even living, but entities that interacted with and usually threatened the living. In that particular case, it emanated from under the back porch. When he told Devon about it, the bear knew immediately that what Cameron was talking about. Oh yeah, I'd hear something moving under there all the time, like a person crawling around. Even Dad says he saw red eyes under there once. What the fuck, Devon? Being more sensitive doesn't exactly answer questions though. Like, why is it there? Where did it come from? What the hell is it? All he knows is that it's not a person, and it never was a person, because they're all demons. And while Cameron had seen that old spark of interest in Devon's eyes, he had told Cameron to just ignore it and focus on their visit for now. Devon just wanted everything to go away, quietly, like it never happened. That included Cameron's abilities. That was the end of the second week, and over the course of his life, Cameron would look back on his visit as one of the last times he was truly himself. He's a trailer home in the Southwest. By the third week, Cameron was recovering at a remarkable rate, and so Devon began to pay Artie more visits and phone calls. Arturo's improvement was also rapid, but Cameron was left feeling a little sad that Artie never asked to talk to him, and would only ask Devon how the coyote was holding up. It made sense, he would tell himself. Devon and Artie go back further than even Devon and himself did. Sure, something had felt off, but considering the circumstances, nothing was normal at the time. But as the third week progressed, what had been bubbling below the surface made itself fully known. The only thing that seemed to be getting back to normal were his dreams. Sometimes he'd still wake up whimpering or crying, thinking he was back in Echo. Devon had it far worse, waking up in a howling panic, yelling about guns, chains, and death. Those were the times when Cameron did his best to give comfort and support, at least as best as his patched up and sore body could manage. But now, with some time between him and what happened, Cameron feels like a part of him is missing, like he's not fully present. It's like pieces of him litter the town of his trauma. It felt like he was still there in a way. And when that feeling really started to set in, that's when it happened. A small pressure in his right ear started to develop. It was something that he was sure had to do with his hearing loss he'd experienced from the shotgun blast. It was irritating. It felt bizarre. He had set up another appointment with Cameron's audiologist a few weeks from then. The hearing loss was permanent, but then something began to replace it, right in the middle of the afternoon. April 2020. 4 years ago. 4 years and 3 months ago. Well, technically 2 months ago. Cameron starts working again that week. He wants to feel useful again, and because they're both working from home now, it seems like a reasonable idea. Devon didn't want him starting yet, of course, but Cameron wants the sense of normalcy to come back faster, and his shitty job had seemed like the perfect solution. Trying to work with mostly one paw does come at a bigger challenge than Cameron had expected, not really realizing how much he used his non-dominant one. Typing is particularly slow, but he was getting better at managing it. Still, it makes him sluggish, and even though his boss is understanding, even telling him just forward any rude customers her way, it still leaves him occasionally flustered in ways he isn't used to. After a rather harsh call that begins with, "Thank God, someone I can finally fucking understand," then it ends with, "You know what? You know what would have been faster?" Cameron waits for the answer. Anything. This is the last time I buy some some ass phone made in some factory. Cameron rubs his eyes, wondering how different the interactions would be if they did face-to-face video calls. This phone was actually assembled in the States after Hulon pledged. It's not the answer the man wanted to hear. Cameron can tell before he even gets cut off. "Transfer me to your superior, please." Of course. Of course. One moment. As Cameron reaches for the button to his boss's line, he hears the man muttering under his breath. Didn't know they hired for customer service. Click. No big deal. He would get one of those every week. And according to his coworkers, it gotten worse since the pandemic started. But why did that one hurt his feelings so badly, to the point that his eyes were welling up with tears? Maybe it's because he went through hell and back and that man had no idea. Has no idea. No idea. Then his computer screen seemed to stretch far away and Cameron finds himself grabbing the edge of his desk like he's about to fall over. Pressure grows in his right ear and he realizes that maybe that's what's causing the strange feeling of being off balance as the world tilts. But no, he's tripping again. It's a flashback, just a flashback. No, it's brain damage, and you'll probably feel like this forever. Brian poisoned you. Cameron holds very still, positive he didn't think those thoughts just now. And you're a fucking can't handle a literal customer stereotype? Just smash the keyboard and admit you can't work anymore. Cameron brings a paw up to his right ear where the voice comes from. In his head, is his headset still on, or? No, you can tell this is coming from inside your head, you idiot. You stupid fuck. Worthless. After that, Cameron remembers very little except panic, followed by confusion and a ton of confusion. His thoughts make no sense. The voice that is definitely not his thoughts doesn't make sense. Now he doesn't understand where he is. The voice continues to encourage him to smash the keyboard, so he does, just to see if maybe it'll break the bizarre half-dream. Devon, in his own study, hears this. After finding Cameron sobbing on the ground, surrounded by black plastic keycaps and bleeding from a reopened stitch, a frantic Devon drives him to the hospital. Maybe I'll stop if you grab the wheel and turn into the median. For old time's sake. And he doesn't even need a fucking fan. Look, Ma, no fans. The voice snickers. He continues to laugh at him all the way to the psych ward. October 2020. About 7 months after Echo and 6 months after his episode, Cameron feels worse than he did right after Echo. The voice that had wormed its way into his damaged ear had disappeared after just a few days of antipsychotic treatment, but it returned again and again every few days. Whenever something upsets him, whenever he gets into arguments with Devon, and really, whenever it pleases, it makes itself known. It comes in a deep, masculine voice, though sometimes it's Brian, like in how it taunts and laughs at him. Short asides that were meant that were sometimes mean, sometimes meaningless, and sometimes boring, all about the things Cameron would do and the people he would see. It feels like it's trying to remind Cameron things aren't okay as weeks continue to come and go with manageable but clearly present psychotic symptoms. He had worried his broken arm would stop him from being able to play music as well as he used to. Turns out, he didn't have to worry about that all because he doesn't give a fuck anymore. Like a switch, his interest, his motivation, his wants to do anything productive or useful seem to just turn off. His thought process had been wrecked, and the disorganized thoughts during his episodes become present even when he wasn't having one. His mother said she needed meth because it fought the feelings that her psychosis brought on, which was brought on by the meth, a vicious cycle. And speaking of which, he finally got his diagnosis: schizophrenia, likely induced by the trauma and drug use in Echo. Not that it really matters what induced it, because the problem is that he has it. There's no taking that back, after all. Propanol for the restlessness from acacia, escitalopram for depression, trazodone for sleep and depression, topramate for weight control, guaifenesin for the tick and PTSD, clozapram as needed for anxiety and panic attacks. His head tilts to the right before coming back up in a sort of twitching movement twice. Tick, tick. The symptoms of schizophrenia are devastating enough, but so are the side effects of the antipsychotics to treat it. Side effects that are covered by medications that cause even more side effects, which in turn are maybe more tolerable. The first antipsychotic he tried made him too tired, and he was finally switched after 4 months. This switch aggravated the dopamine in his brain, according to his last psychiatrist. For some reason, this meant that his childhood motor and vocal tics got to come back. Not just come back, they come back with a vengeance, to the point that when he got especially emotional, his neck and sometimes his body would go into uncontrollable twitching fits. At least he could hide it. Or at least, the very least, control it when he was younger. It makes him feel like some kind of freak show in public. His vocal tics would come up at the worst times, the worst moments. And talking to anyone other than Devon would result in awful hallucinations that sometimes triggered psychosis again. But when a vocal tic involving his diaphragm appeared, one that he'd never had before, Cameron really began to despair. It would force him to exhale for 10 to 15 seconds before holding it until he nearly blacked out. Then he would release. He would gasp in air again, vision coming back through blurry tears, only for it to happen half a dozen more times in agonizing waves. It was so distressing that each time it happened, it triggered an episode, and he'd be left with so many tics happening at once that Devon couldn't communicate with him. The familiar tightening in his abdomen signaling the approach of another episode was enough to make him whine and cry in dread. All of this because of that damn pill that's supposed to help him. 3 or 4 of these vocal episodes every day for a week, and Devon had finally had enough and found a different psychiatrist. This helped a great deal, and Cameron found himself trusting her far more than he ever did with the first one. She immediately switched into another antipsychotic, one that she said would help with the tics too. Still, when Cameron had been readying himself to take this first dose, he broke down, and he had cried like a child. He even begged Devon not to make him take it, which just made the whole situation so much worse. What if it caused more problems to show up? What if it made him worse? Cameron read about all this horrible, lifelong side effects that antipsychotics can cause. Dyskinesia, akathisia, dystonia, catatonia, his old childhood bane that he had almost forgotten about, Tourette's syndrome. The word tar drive can be placed in front of any of those symptoms, which meant that even if you stop taking the drug, and even if years go by, the symptom lingers. And that's there always. Then there's always the worry that tolerance might build. Super sensitivity might set in, and the dosage might need to be increased, and then he might develop a treatment-resistant form of schizophrenia. All from these little pills wreaking havoc on his synapses of his brain. More poison, more brain damage. Cameron rubs his right ear vigorously. You're the brain damage, asshole! Fuck you, you brain damaged piece of shit. Why don't you take the whole bottle, you pathetic Think you can just talk to me like that, fucker? Remembering the management techniques his therapist taught him, Cameron takes a deep breath. Okay, time to take my medication. It's been a few weeks now, and my tics have decreased by over half. I haven't had a breathing tic in 4 days. Feel like this is progress. What? Think is? Positive symptoms have decreased by maybe 40% over the last week. Good progress. Just hope my negative symptoms improve as well. That's my next goal once I reach stability. His thoughts are his own again, and that makes Cameron feel at least a little bit better, knowing that some things are coming easier. He begins opening his pill organizer and pulls out the most important one. His psychiatrist had been right, and for once, Cameron feels like they might have at least found the right road to the new him. Despite tolerating paliperidone, much better than the last antipsychotic, it still causes the same side effects that make him need to take all the other meds. At least it's making his tics better. Tick, tick, tick. Though he doubts they will ever truly go away like they did in his childhood. Tardive Tourette's syndrome. Devastating on its own, but still controllable, manageable with time. He has to believe that. As the sound of pills rattling against plastic seemed to echo through the kitchen, Cameron hears Devon in his study. Oh, you're taking them now? Just a sec. That was fast. Cameron mutters under his breath, feeling a little resentful knowing that Devon has been listening in on his thinking out loud technique. Cameron sighs and picks up the pill again, staring at it closely, as if able to see its molecular structure engineered to block the dopamine receptors in his brain. The root cause of his psychosis, at least at a molecular level. It's more complicated than that. It always is. Devon comes in with just his underwear on. Okay, for everyone who's still here, there you go. Have fun with that image. And say goodbye to the bear. Devon comes in with just his underwear on. A year ago, it would have been a sight that Cameron would have appreciated. He probably would have put his arms around him and rubbed his face into his chest like he used to. But his sex drive was killed months ago, either from the meds or from one of the many symptoms of schizophrenia. And it's just another reminder that he's not who he used to be. While sex is the last thing on his mind, Cameron knows it's important in their relationship. He occasionally would force himself to do it and pretend to enjoy it, but everything aches now. And in the end, he finds himself staring at the ceiling. Devon noticed and eventually suggested they wait until Cameron feels better, until he actually wants it himself, which only made Cameron feel worse. Devon's libido is stronger than Cameron's ever was, so he knows it must be sexually frustrating for the bear. But right now, Devon is just standing there, smiling pleasantly as he watches Cameron. Making sure you take your poison. He wants your brain damage more than it already is. A jolt of fear, a dip into unreality. Thank you for the care package. I will drink my water. Oh my god. Cameron feels angry at how easily the voice slipped into his thoughts again. Useful poison. Cameron winces at the crazy coming out of his mouth. Sorry, I'm just thinking out loud, if that's what you're wondering. Okay, that's good. Remember, it does seem to act up right before you take your medication, so don't worry about it too much. Yeah, you know I don't need you to watch me anymore. It's quiet as Cameron swallows the pill, angling himself so that Devon can see. Then he follows it with the rest of the 5 or so pills he holds in his paw. Cameron finishes swallowing those, knowing that in an hour he won't be able to keep his eyes open.
Right. Or do you still not trust me? No, I agree with you. But we also agreed I'd do it for at least a year, just in case. Even if you said you were fine, remember?
Cameron hates the fact that he's right.
Yeah, because you don't trust me.
Spitefully, Cameron turns to show Devon the underside of his tongue, as if the bear might be suspicious he's hiding it.
Cameron, you want to do a cavity search too? Hey, maybe that can be our solution. I take my meds and you get to play with my ass.
Cameron feels the burst of anger from Devon, and for some reason, it feels good.
That's kind of fucked up thing to say, don't you think? Is that what you think I even care about right now?
Devon's already sounding angry, quicker than he usually does, and suddenly they're in a fight. The ones they never had before Echo. Things must be getting extra stressful for Devon if it's this easy to provoke him, and Cameron should do something to help him, to soothe him, but instead, he wants this fight. For a moment, he wants Devon to hit him, kill him,
Grab one of the knives.
to punch him right in the face and end everything as they know it. Not much for them to lose anyway.
Why are you all of a sudden so intent on me taking my meds? Pretty different from college, right? This is so different, Cameron. I know I talked shit on psychology before. I acted like I knew what it was about, but like you said, everyone changes. It's because I'm the problem to you now. And you just want me to take what'll make me not crazy, even if it makes me feel like shit. I want you to get better. I'm not going to get better, Devon. This is permanent. It doesn't mean you can't get better. That's the point. And then I'll relapse. If you relapse, we will help you get better again. I don't even care about that stupid voice anymore, or even the tics. Fuck you. I'll make you care, you piece of shit. Tick, tick, tick. But it feels like my soul has been sucked out. And I don't know if it's the meds, or the crazy, or just me, but I hate it. I hate it too. I hate it so much. I hate that you feel this way. That's why I'm doing this. But you don't even have a fucking clue what it's like. Everyone just talks about the voices, the hallucination, the delusions. But what about the cognitive shit? I can't think. Nothing feels real, and I feel dead. You're right. I don't. But you're all I think about almost every minute of the day because I see you suffer and I want it to stop. Lies, idiot, fucking hurt, kill him. I'm probably suffering because of the meds. It's like back in college, but 10 times worse. I can't write or even listen to music anymore. I don't want to do anything. Come on, Cameron. The main reason people relapse, their positive symptoms go away. This is the main reason people relapse. Their positive symptoms go away. They think that they're better, then they stop their meds so the negative symptoms aren't as bad. And then they relapse. You need time. A year at least. And maybe then we can start tapering off, but not now. And what if I do relapse? It's like only half of schizophrenics that even achieve a full 10-year remission.
Medical literature he's obsessed over pours out of his mouth. Shitty, quality of life up to 30 years of the average life expectancy. Incurable.
Then we'll try again. Right?
A burst of anxiety from Devon. While Cameron never thought hard what he might do, he does suppose he considered ending it. If this is the rest of his life, if this is how the rest of his life will play out, he's sure he will, eventually. But only when Devon isn't here to take the blow. Hates you, wants you to die. The voice continues to talk, and Cameron rubs his ear, trying to ground himself.
Right.
The obvious sign of Cameron having an episode seems to bring Devon back down as well. The bear quickly hugs Cameron.
I'm sorry.
Despite his sore and sensitive skin, it feels good after the burst of anger and sadness.
I'm just sad. I'm sad because I had such a good life with you. And it feels like it was just yesterday, but it's just gone now.
It's strange that he can't remember his past life so vividly. the feeling of being mostly normal in his brain. Devon squeezes him tighter. You always talk about the new you, and how you just have to wait for him to get here. We'll have a new life. It'll just be a rough couple of months, maybe a bit longer. Cameron sniffles. What day is it anyway? Like the 15th? The 24th, I think. Forgot that your birthday was last week. I just remembered it now. Devon laughs. Honestly? Me too. The hardest thing about that particular argument for Devon was that he's completely empathized with Cameron. He can't imagine being in that situation, made to take medication that changes him so fundamentally that he's not in full control of his movements or even his breathing. The coyote is justified in being angry, sad, childish, and sometimes outright spiteful. That doesn't mean that it isn't unsettling seeing that Cameron lash out and cry in ways that Devon had never seen him come close to before. At points, it feels like he's watching the deconstruction of a life in real time. It leaves his stomach feeling hollow and sick, like it did days after Brian had a go at it. The thought of the older bear makes Devon so angry that now he wishes the man was still alive. At least then there'd be a chance for him to try and knock out a few more teeth in court during the victim impact statement or something. And the stress continues to build as Cameron's condition remains unstable. The transfer was scheduled for November, and Devon is trying to type up an extremely apologetic and professional email to explain the situation, and also request a possible video meeting to delay the transfer. It's a reasonable request, especially considering the state of the world at the moment. But then, seeming out of nowhere, his breathing picks up speed. Confused, Devon watches as the edge of his vision begins to darken. He can't figure out why he suddenly feels like as if he's going to pass out. The first thing that comes to Devon's mind is Arturo's older brother who died of a pulmonary embolism after surgery. The one that's already talked about casually while high, even though Devon knows he's still devastated by it. Devon stands up from his desk, walking, then sinking to the ground as the room spins. Cam! I need help! Please, I can't... Before he can stop himself, he blurts out Cameron's name, simultaneously questioning whether that's a good idea or not. Cameron, seeing his boyfriend die in front of him won't exactly help his mental state, so it's better that he's probably sleeping like a rock right now. He pulls out his phone as he's on his knees, having pressed 9 and a 1 before a very groggy, sedated Cameron comes in, his expression as of bleary confusion turning to fear. Don't worry, I just can't catch my fucking breath. A look of recognition comes over the coyote's face, and kneeling in front of Devon, he presses the bear's head against his chest. Devon, it's okay. We're okay. Breathe with me. Devon's not sure if that's what the problem is, but after just a few seconds, it stops. Are you okay? I've never seen you like that before. Devon sees Cameron's neck twitch multiple times, and he immediately feels like an idiot. Here he is, having a stupid, breathless panic attack, while Cameron is having vocal tics that force him to almost pass out from not being able to breathe. Devon tries to get him to go back to bed, but Cameron sleeps on the sofa in the study, determined to be there if Devon needs him again. While Devon feels like he should be the one doing the comforting right now, he's glad to have Cameron there. So that's what the coyote feels like when he's panicking. A scary moment. But Devon doubts he'll let that feeling sneak up on him again, now that he's familiar with it. He had considered therapy and medication, like he's constantly trying to find for Cameron, but a part of him has to admit that he's scared too. Besides, he's not bad enough he needs that help. He'll settle on what always helped him deal with his stress in his past, which is being active. That's not going to help. Exercise will be good for the both of them, actually. Once he sends this email, he'll figure out how to renew both of their gym memberships, assuming the place is still even open. Devon steps out of the gym, taking a breath of frigid February air. There aren't many cars or people on the street, not this early on a Saturday morning. Probably because they're sleeping in like they should be. Devon instinctively begins to reach out for Cameron's paw, but he's not there. He hasn't been there for a while now, almost a year. Well, what he used to be is there, at home, in the urn sitting on Cameron's old dresser, along with the coyote's other little possessions that Devon had kept. It hurts even more because he's almost certain that Cameron would have loved the city. He would do a better job remembering that Cameron isn't right next to him if...
Quit thinking about me like I'm dead.
I'm not. I'm thinking about you like you're physically gone.
I do miss being physically present. I guess I could be dead, but it doesn't really matter.
You're not dead. I'm just like your vessel now.
That's such a creepy word. Just say like I'm your passenger. By the way, you reek. By the way, you reek.
It's Saturday, so I don't have to work. Besides, I'm not taking a shower when their air dryer temperature is room temperature.
I mean, I didn't say it. I didn't like it. It's from a fresh workout.
Devon grunts as he makes his way through the parking lot towards his car.
You were pushing yourself really hard. Hard, to be honest. Take it easy next time.
Taking it easy is what got you hurt. Anyway, the more echoes we can kill off, the better.
I doubt we can have much of an impact, Devon. This shit is old, ancient, even. It's a lot bigger than us in a lot of different ways.
I just want to see how well this works out. If it can be done, maybe we could tell others about it. Start a movement.
To kill off haunted places at the source? But how many people have their dead boyfriend in their head giving them psychic abilities?
Well, I won't tell them that part. Just the psychic part.
Going to take credit for my abilities?
Hey, I'm learning to fight too. You see how much I've been bulked up? Devon flexes his muscles underneath his winter coat and padding, muscles he wished he had when he fought Brian.
I didn't know you could punch ghosts. I wish you could get a different coach. He beats on you way too hard.
I knew that what I was getting into. Anyway, remember about the source? Usually it's some shitty person feeding these places.
Oh, well, punching real people sounds worse, actually.
Either way, this is all a good workout. You should try. Devon catches himself halfway through saying it. Even though he knows it's coming, and even though he tries to stop it, the imagery of Cameron's ruined face flashes. Wait. Did we split timelines? This is the timeline where Cameron died, and the other one is when Cameron lives? What is this? He should be happy that the coyote is still talking to him. That he's still with him. Kind of. I miss you.
Please don't do that, Devon. I'm right here.
I want to hold you.
You basically are. And I'm getting... fuck! Shit. Give me a second, guys.
Sorry. My ear started to ring a little bit. Oh my god. It happens.
You basically are, and I'm giving you a big hug. Emotional hug right now. I might also be feeling your muscles too, because you have bulked up so nicely.
Devon laughs and wipes his eye. Thanks, Cam. Cameron watches all of this, but not that Cameron in Devon's head. Mora, I think we split timelines. The one timeline where Cameron's face was shot off by the shotgun, but Devon lives. And the other one where both of them lived. We're witnessing both happen at the same time. The Cameron that avoided the shotgun wait, hold up, wait, hold up. Cameron watches all of this. But not that Cameron in Devon's head. The Cameron that avoided the shotgun that survived. He's had these dreams a few times. At first, he simply thought them to be traumatic nightmares from a traumatic event. But this is one of those dreams that feel real. He almost can't tell. Wait, did he die or did he not die? Wait. What is this? Arches, I need you to explain to me what the fuck just happened. I need an explanation. What is this? They're not really nightmares either. Usually they're mundane, kind of funny, kind of sad. The dreaming Cameron, for some reason, doesn't trust this passenger, Cameron, at all. The version of himself feels off, almost like there isn't even a soul to go with him. Otherwise, he sounds and acts just like he does, or did, before the diagnosis. It makes him wonder if he'd trade off given the opportunity. Cameron isn't waking up, so with little else to do, he reaches out mentally and digs into this other Cameron a bit deeper. What he sees lasts only a second. After tearing out Brian's throat, this Cameron immediately began communicating with Devon. It's not an illness, not like what Cameron has, but it's still Echo. It's part of that town, and Cameron doesn't want Devon to... Devon! He's back! Wait, did he just look at the camera? A feeling difficult to describe comes over Cameron. It's something from the dead Cameron, that entity that acts and talks like Cameron. That thing that currently attached to Devon. He's tied up, bound with rope, with a foul-tasting rag gagging him. The big bear has been gone for over an hour, but no matter how hard he tries, he can't make the zip ties and chains move. And then, his stomach turns, and the meal Brian had brought him at the bar starts to come back up. He's going to throw up, but he's chained down on his back with a gag on his mouth. He's going to throw up, and then he's going to drown. Vomit floods his mouth. Cameron leaps out of the bed, one paw over his muzzle. He stubs his toe horrifically on the door frame to the bathroom, bending back the claw so that it's left bleeding, and it almost ripped out. But he makes it to the toilet just in time to retch a small amount of whatever is in his stomach. His name was Alan, a rat, Cameron thinks, but the coyote can't remember the last name of the man who drowned in his vomit. Cameron sobs, both for himself and the poor young rat that lived a short, hard life only for it to end by choking on this shitty food Brian lured him in with. After a minute, the coyote calms down and listens. Thankfully, Devon is an incredibly heavy sleeper. What he'd seen definitely happened, and even though the police stopped trying to interview him after learning about his schizophrenia diagnosis, he would still put up an anonymous tip tomorrow. Cameron knows there's at least twice as many victims that the police know about, and he plans to report every single one that he sees. Wait, was that real then? 2021? How far are we going in? How far are we going, guys? No. You know what? No. I can't take this. Oh my God. I thought we were almost done. There's so much left. No, we're saving here. We're saving here. We are going to continue that the following Monday. Jesus fucking Christ. Liam, when you said there was more, I thought there was more. I thought there was like only a little. This feels a lot. This is an extra hour. Oh my God. Shit. This is wild. Well, with that being said, I think this is the perfect time to end, I guess. This is horrifying. Thank you all for watching. Oh my God. I hope you stay comfy, cozy in this owl cottage. We are going to end it here for today. Is DB still streaming? It's late. I don't think DB's streaming still. Oh my God. Thank you for scarring us, Carlos. No problem. Anytime. Hold up. Okay, DB's. We could. Like, I'm not comfy with these psycho horrors VNs anymore. Oh, DB's ending already. So we're gonna end it here. So thank you all for watching. I honestly hope you stay comfy and cozy in this owl cottage. We will come back tomorrow for some more gaming as well as some Soul Creek with Arden Whitefur. But for now, I'll just say goodnight to everyone. So let me pause the timer here. We are under 300 hours, guys. We're almost coming to a close on this subathon. So yeah, again, thank you all for watching. I'll say it so many times, and I know it'll get annoying after a while. But yeah, thank you all for watching. I hope you stay comfy, cozy in this owl cottage. I will see you guys again tomorrow. Remember, guys, stay comfy, stay cozy, and always be safe. All right? Have a good night, everybody. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe.